The meeting come to order. We're fixing to begin a special call meeting of the Cthulhu Independent School Board of Trustees. Today is Tuesday, September the 8th, 2020. Time is 6:02 p.m. We are at the Frank Newman Middle School at 608 Carrizo Street in Cthulhu, Texas. We'll begin with opening prayer. Mr. Childers?
Mr. President, if you allow me at this moment to express my thanks to everyone for sprayer flowers and for your prayers and everything that y'all have done on behalf of my mom and dad and my family. So thank you very much for that. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, for the many blessings you've bestowed upon us. We thank you, Lord, that you're here with us and here tonight to help us with the business of the school. Lord, we just ask for your guidance and direction and give us what we need to be able to know what to do, the wisdom. Father, you've been really good to us, and we thank you for that. So, Father, we ask you to go with us tonight as well when we leave this place, that everyone will be safe at home. We just give you honor, glory, and praise, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We'll determine quorum's present. Just a note to the public, video conferencing pursuant to Governor Abbott's temporary suspension of open meetings laws issued March the 16th, 2020 to advance the public health goals of limiting face-to-face meetings, also called social distancing. This meeting will be conducted via video conferencing, which will be audible to the board and public and allow for a two-way communication. The board president, presiding officer, or trustee may not be physically present at one location, but a quorum of members attending in person or on video conferencing will be required for the meeting. The public may access the meeting by accessing the meeting through Cthulhu I.S.D. YouTube channel. An electronic copy of the agenda may be viewed via Cthulhu I.S.D. website at www.cthulhuisd.net. Just for the record, board members present here in person are Ms. Raquel Yanes, Ms. Jamie Whitwell, Robbie Ayala, and Thomas Childers, and myself, Dionisio Ramirez. Present via Zoom are Ms. Hoff and Scott Reese. Mr. Reese? Scott?
Yeah, I'm here, Dennis.
Attaboy. Thank you, Mr. Scott. We'll begin with citizens' comments. Before we begin, should you desire to provide public comment to the board, you must email your public comments to Jeanette Ramirez at cthulhuisd.net by 5 o'clock on Tuesday, prior to the beginning of the meeting. The president or designee will call for public comments at the beginning of the meeting. Staffing will provide the president or designee with the email comments. The board will then review any public comments received. After the close of public comments, the board will proceed with the rest of the agenda. You must include your name, phone number, and address when submitting your comments. Anonymous comments will not be accepted. Do we have any citizens' comments, Doc?
Yes, sir, we do. We
mind?
have one here in person, Elias Jones. Mr. Jones, would you come forward, please? And the microphone between Mr. Childers and Ms. Whitwell.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Seals, and other attendees. My name is Elias Jones, and I'm a senior at Cthulhu High School and the quarterback of the football team. Today, I stand before you requesting that you allow sports to begin practices as early as tomorrow. As of last week's board meeting, students will still remain out of classrooms, and administrators will continue to prepare for face-to-face instruction since they mentioned they needed more time to do so. It is my opinion that now is the perfect time to phase in these extracurricular activities and practices. At last week's meeting, it was understood that we cannot begin face-to-face instruction or extracurricular activities until the facilities are prepared and plans are in place. After doing some investigating, I found out that there is in fact a plan in place. and it has been posted on the district webpage. We are in fact ready and have been ready for a few weeks. We are fully prepared to begin practice tomorrow if allowed to do so. We have waited patiently long enough and have watched all of the districts around us resume activities. We are ready. As a football team member and speaking on behalf of the coaching staff, they have met many times after hearing your concerns brought up during the school board meetings and have enhanced our safety protocols. Please understand that they do not just want us to be safe, they want us to be the safest we can possibly be. Just like our football team follows a playbook for games, we plan to execute a strict plan for COVID-19 because we want to stay safe so that we can not only start our season, but finish the season as well. We hope to have the opportunity to begin safe practices and not have to be continuously held back due to our district not being prepared to return to face-to-face on-campus instruction. While our campus buildings may not be prepared to receive students, our coaching staff is. In prior meetings, our coaching staff, high school principal, district nurse, several local medical experts, along with the medical experts provided by the school, all agreed that we are ready to safely execute a return-to-play plan that would mean to begin practices tomorrow. Just like every other school district that makes the safety of the students the number one priority, so does Cotulla I.S.D., and it's about time that we set our expectations higher and face the adversity and adapt accordingly. As a school board, I would expect our leaders and decision makers to trust the experts and acknowledge the hard work and effort that has been put in taking place to keep our students safe upon return. Just like our parents try their best to keep us safe at home, I truly believe CISD has the capability to match that effort at school. I would also hope that you, our school board, would proudly stand behind that notion. We all know that being prepared is key, and I strongly believe we are prepared. Give us a chance and we will make you proud. We will rise above expectations. We are smart, we are ready, we will be safe, because we want to play. So I leave you with these last words. Believe in us by voting yes, give us a choice. Let us play. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it. Dr. Seals?
We have another audience comment from Mr. Will Thompson, PA at Hometown Healthcare. And it says, "Dear board members and attendees, thank you for allowing this correspondence to be read during this special meeting. Many of you know me well. For those of you that do not, my name is Will Thompson. I am a practicing PA that has provided care in this area for the last 15 years. Even though I have never lived in LaSalle County, I have spent a good portion of my life here practicing the healing arts and have a vested interest in the welfare and well-being of the community and citizens. When I was asked to write this letter, I sat right down and began penning. After a short time, I realized that all of your time is too valuable to listen to my proxy read my ramblings for an hour or more, so I shortened this considerably. Many of you already are in agreement with me on and understanding the need for getting our children back on track for the future in terms of societal and monetary costs, either through delayed entry into the workforce or through prevention of the child's parents from entering or re-entering the workforce, as well as major delays and setbacks to the education of the children at large. However, my expertise, of course, deals with our health and well-being. Having our children back into in-person school provides innumerable health benefits. It provides educational instruction, much needed educational instruction that is hands-on with a trained instructor. It supports the development of social and emotional skills, minimizing, reducing, or even eliminating mental health issues such as depression or anxiety. It creates a safe environment for learning. It addresses nutritional needs, and it facilitates physical activity. Many of you will ask, what about the virus itself? What are the chances of my children contracting COVID-19? How will we know when it is actually safe for children to return? Unfortunately, that can never be a cast iron guarantee. However, for parents to be able to gauge the level of risk, I believe there are three main questions that we need to answer. How susceptible are children to COVID-19? How badly does it affect them? And how well do they spread it to others? Children innately are much less likely to catch COVID-19 than adults. In fact, they're about half as likely, according to a study by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. This group is using data from China, Italy, Japan, Singapore, Canada, and South Korea. You can review their work that is published in Nature Medicine if you want to. A survey by the Centers of Disease Control found that children 17 and under, who make up 22% of the U.S. population, account for fewer than 2% of confirmed infections across the United States. Even more data suggests that children under age 18 are far less likely to develop the coronavirus from an infected person. There was a meta-analysis of 18 studies carried out by researchers at the University of London that felt that the children under age 18 are 56% less likely to catch coronavirus from an infected person than adults. Children, by and large, have very mild disease sequelae from COVID-19. Only 1 in 5 children aged 10 to 19 will have any clinical symptoms, compared to 70% of adults 70 and over. Children are extremely unlikely to die from the coronavirus. In fact, during the peak 9 weeks of the pandemic in England and Wales, just 5 children aged 14 and under died out of a population of almost 11 million in that age group. Another research group found that across 7 countries, up to May 19, there were only 44 COVID-19 deaths out of over 137 million children 19 and younger. That is a rate of less than 1 in 3 million. Many again, we will ask, what extent do children spread the coronavirus once infected? A review of the peer review literature shows a mixed bag of results. The simple answer is that we do not know. One of the biggest fears is that the child could pick up the coronavirus at school and bring it home to a family member, such as a parent or grandparent that has pre-existing conditions. I think that this is something that we certainly need to consider on a case-by-case basis, but is certainly the exception and not the norm. In these situations, it would be best for these children to possibly stay at home for distance learning, but for the vast majority, students need to return to school. Many have also asked me about the potential for returning to sports. The decision to participate in sports and spectators at sporting events will be dependent upon athletes, families, school districts, and sports clubs in accordance with rules and regulations from authorities. Participants and spectators should understand that social interaction and congregation increases the risk of individuals becoming ill from infections from the SARS-CoV-2 and potentially spreading the virus to family members in the community. However, this is extremely low risk for our community at this current time, and I believe that the benefits of team and individual sports, as well as band participation, far outweigh the risks of this infection. The UIL has given comprehensive guidance, as well as many school districts in the state of Texas have returned to sports. They have done so by submitting and implementing protocols, rules, and regulations regarding the return of sports, which promote physical distancing, wearing of masks, and policies that will most likely slow any potential unnecessary spread to other athletes or spectators. There are endless benefits of sports and physical activity. Participation in sports has known health benefits, including promoting physical fitness and mental wellness. Sports provide a social construct and an interaction which is necessary in the time of uncertainty for athletes. It is widely recognized that physical activity performed for the right amounts of time and intensity can provide benefits to the immune system. In addition, sports can provide a template for young athletes to learn concepts of teamwork, leadership, work ethic, and integrity. It also can be used as a respite and treatment to those suffering from mental illness during these challenging times. With these recognized benefits, I propose and recommend that the school district return our students back into sporting activities. In order to return to in-person school in general, we must first and foremost consider a safe return, not only for the students, but also for the teachers and the ancillary staff. This can be done safely, as it has been proven to be done safely around the world, and many school districts and communities around the state of Texas have begun the process. I am confident that the Cotulla I.S.D. will be able to enact the appropriate policies and procedures to keep our faculty safe. As mentioned before, however, everyone must be involved. Teachers, ancillary staff, administration, coaching, parents, and children all must comply. If you were sick, you must stay home. If you have symptoms, you need to be tested. You need to self-quarantine. Everyone is anxious and wants to know the best time to do so. It is my opinion that now is the best time to do so. I have been tracking this virus not only in LaSalle County and other surrounding counties in the state of Texas, but worldwide. Our area has shown a constant decline in cases since our surge that began the latter parts of June this year. Looking at the areas that have already been hard hit by the coronavirus, the infection rates have remained consistently down despite returns to regular work activities, schooling, and social gatherings. There's also mounting evidence that we may be nearing a natural type of herd immunity, not to mention a potential viable vaccine on the horizon. This is in no way concrete, and we cannot predict the future, but following the science, these are extremely encouraging developments. I think it would be foolish to reopen a school or even maintain in-person school if there is a high infection rate, or if we were in what we consider to be a hot zone. LaSalle County is no longer considered a hot zone, and again, there's evidence that there will likely not be a second wave or return. I feel that rural areas, since we are by nature spread out, that there may be some small blurbs of infection crop up, especially with in-person school initially, but not to the extent that we have seen earlier this summer. We all have a social and moral responsibility to report symptoms of COVID-19. Self-reporting all symptoms consistent with COVID-19 will not only decrease the spread, but will help ensure the success of in-person school and help our students, families, teachers, and other community members feel safe by slowing the spread of the disease. In order for us to be able to return back to life as before, it is incumbent upon all of us to be team players and to do what we can to help our fellow man. This return to our life as before also begins with a step of faith. Let us take that step together and open back our schools. Respectfully, Will Thompson, Hometown Health Certified Rural Health Clinics, Cotulla, Texas. The last audience comment is from Elizabeth Mummy, and she says, Dr. Seals and board members, I am writing to request that the option for teachers to teach remotely be reconsidered for those who have valid excuses from doctors whose family members could be adversely affected by catching COVID-19. Thank you. Elizabeth Mummy. Oh, I have one more. Excuse me. This one who is from Diana Perez. Students who are in sports need to be given a choice of online learning or virtual. There is a significant difference in exposure. If you're outside, your chance of catching the virus is lower than being in a confined classroom. I have made the conscious and consistent choice of not traveling out of town for leisure nor attending public gatherings to protect myself, my family, and coworkers. When the students arrive on campus, I will continue this sentiment for their protection as well. I respect the fact that students want to participate in sports and will accept if the district chooses to do so. I hope you will consider your stance on mandatory in-person learning for our athletes. That way everyone wins. And that's all of the public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Doc. We'll begin with our action items. First item on the agenda is item A, consideration to schedule.
Is your mic on?
Thank you, Dr. Shields. We'll begin with our action items. First item agenda is consideration to include start of the following extracurricular activities. They're broken down in six. First one is going to be band, and it'll be presented by Mr. Jaime Martinez, Director of Schools. Mr. Martinez?
Good evening, Mr. Ramirez.
Can you hear Kim?
Yes, at that point I could. Thank you.
Can't hear her.
You're muted.
I unmuted and said, yes, I could. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we're good. Mr. Ramirez, Dr. Seals, members of the board. Last Friday, I submitted a plan, a 25-slide plan for the music department to Dr. Seals. It's that one, maroon, I believe. It's a solid maroon page. Since then, there's been a couple of changes. With this plan started in the middle of June with Mr. Frank Ramirez, Ms. Marlene Ramirez, and Mr. Eli Ramirez having their input and their planning, helping me plan this coming back to campus plan. We started in June, and like, as you know, every week, every other day, there was a new plan that TEA sent out to us, or UIL, or the school district itself. So this is a working plan. It's not set in stone, that's for sure. But on Friday, I did submit the plan, and I do have some updates, especially on students willing to participate in the band program. We have 86 students enrolled at the high school level. As of this morning, in the first period, I have 57 that are saying they will be returning to campus. And I have 29 who said they will not be returning to campus. Out of the students that are returning to campus, I do have 15 seniors, 8 juniors, 17 sophomores, and 17 freshmen. And out of those, I have 10 students requiring transportation. 7 are from Ensenada, 1 is from Gardendale, 1 is from Fowlerton, and 1 is from Artesia Wells. We normally provide transportation for Ensenada. And then Gardendale and Fowlerton get here when their buses arrive. This is the first year I have also somebody from Artesia Wells. Okay. We're proposing if you go down, I'm not sure if you want me to read the whole plan, or you have that in front of you.
We got it.
Another thing that I have spoken to several other directors from throughout the region, and most of those directors are already going full speed, except for Laredo I.S.D. Mr. Bobby Castro, director of Martin High School in Laredo, has not seen his kids since March either. And there is no plan to bring those kids back into the band hall. I believe they're a 5A high school. I believe Alice High School, Mr. Americo Perez at Alice High School, he is requiring the students to be tested before they come into the band hall. I believe there's 11 cases at the high school alone in Alice. Of course, that's in Alice, not here, okay? So he started seeing kids, and he has to put a break on it until those students are tested. Mr. Sanchez over at Pearsall, he started August the 17th, and he just meets with them during first period, and he says it's a very small group in Pearsall. Delia as well, Natalia, and Jordanton, they're all going at one point or another. They are rehearsing. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the plan that we put in place for the music department, and any questions about anything else.
Okay, first I want to say thank you all for the plans. I'm the one that requested them because I just like to see what is going on, and that's what I wanted to do. But thank you very much for submitting them.
I
And it
understand,
was
yes.
a lot of work, and I really do appreciate it. And I'm pretty sure we all appreciate it. Mr. Vela, would there be any problems with the transportation or what Mr. Martinez is saying? No?
We,
Sorry.
Right now, we worked out all the athletics, we worked out all the, and I'll report that later on a little bit.
Okay.
And all the routes, we've already worked on it, we're good to go. Band, if they're from Ensenada and Artesia, we shouldn't have an issue, because they'll ride with the athletes,
Okay.
as far as taking them back. Mr. Martinez and I had not really sat down to see what other kids he might have, but usually if those are after school or things of that nature, there's not a big issue, okay? The big issue is like if they go during the day, where we have to take those buses out during the day and they're not available for the routes, and that's what we've worked on so far, okay?
Okay.
But I'll report that in a little bit when
All
I
right.
do the transportation part.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Vela, while you're still up there, may I ask a question?
Microphone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vela, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Everything that we're going to hear tonight, you, as far as transportation is concerned, for any of these extracurricular activities, you have already worked out all the details as far as
Yes, ma'am,
transportation goes?
and I'll
so
explain that in a little bit when
we're
we
not
go through
gonna-
the other part.
Okay,
We should not have any issues, okay? And I say should not, because things are gonna change. And then, I'm not gonna sit here and promise you that if something changes, or if I have 4 bus drivers sick, that, oh, we don't have problems. If we have anybody's, we have roughly 3 to 4, maybe even 5 bus drivers that we can utilize as extras. So we have plenty. But if I have 4 bus drivers get sick on me or something like that, then we're gonna have to replan the whole thing, okay? But as far as right now, everything's covered. I said, the only thing I haven't checked with Mr. Martinez is those Fowlerton routes, but we can work on those, especially because those are gonna be after school. We're gonna do our best to accommodate everybody, okay?
That's fine.
Just so we know.
I appreciate that. May I-
Mr. Martinez,
okay,
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Kim Hoff.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you planning on attending, I noticed in your plans, because I've read all the plans that were submitted. Are you planning on attending any contest with the band students? I noticed it said if ready.
As of right now, we are not participating in any pre-UIL events because that's too soon. And since we haven't seen our students since March 12th, I would think it would be impossible to put on any kind of a show for a competition. Our regional meet is scheduled for November 14th. That could still work out if everything's working. We're all in place, and we don't have another shutdown, and we don't have any other incidences. That is the goal, but that for me personally, I don't think that is something that is a for sure thing. We're gonna try. We're gonna try to get everything ready. It just depends on the situation that we're in. The students are learning their music, and they're playing their music off for the contest show. But again, we have not spent 1 minute on left feet, right feet, or anything at all. So we're gonna have to start from scratch. And like I did mention, there's 17 freshmen who haven't even been through fish camp yet to learn how to stand. So we've got to teach them how to stand first, and then it's gonna be slow going. But the goal is to go if everything is lining up. We will be participating.
Just a word of encouragement. I know that you're saying if you're not ready. I'm pretty sure that UIL understands that most of the districts are not ready. But for the well-being and the encouragement for the band students to at least try to get there.
Oh, yeah,
At least,
we
yeah.
I talk it up every day whenever I have a chance to talk to some of the kids. I say, look, this is the plan. But we also know, and the students know what's in our way. Things can happen, illnesses, shutdowns. And so they're prepared for that as well. They're pretty mature for their age, and they understand that.
Mr. I'm sorry,
Yes.
is it me or somebody else asking a question?
No, go ahead.
If we are, I noticed that we also say no uniforms, that we can't issue uniforms because it doesn't follow the social distancing and because you can't clean the uniforms after the students have tried them on. Is there any way to stagger the kids trying on uniforms so that if one is carrying the virus, then, it will die after so many hours and doesn't live, we found out it doesn't live on surfaces very long. So is there any way that could be planned?
Well, we normally go, let's say seniors on Monday, juniors the next day, and so on and so on. So that might help us do that. As of right now, there is not a plan to issue uniforms, but with a little more research and a little more study of that, I think it can be done if we're going to a UIL competition. At this point, yes.
Can I follow up with yours, Kim? And I know that you noticed that about the mariachi as well, the uniforms. I know as mariachi, the parents were the ones that sent it out for steam cleaning. Could that be a possibility for our parents to do the same thing, or they can get reimbursed? I mean, I never asked for reimbursement, but I mean, really the steam cleaning was done by us. But also, you all mentioned that you're gonna wear gloves and everything to avoid the contamination or.
Right, right.
Could that be a possibility to use those gloves to measure the kids, or the kids can get measured at home and bring it to you? And then, of course, last year's kids, you already know who has what uniforms. I don't know if you have their names on them, but they should already have them.
I do have a database of all the
Okay.
students and what they had last year.
Okay,
And they were all clean this summer. My concern and our concern as a department was, if I take it off student A and give it to hand it right over to student B to try it on, well, is there gonna be any kind of contamination there? That was our biggest concern. And of course, when you have a lot of kids trying on uniforms, they start pants
Sweating.
on the floor and, all kinds of stuff that happens. So a plan to issue uniforms is not in place right now, but it's very possible because
Okay.
we've done this before. We know how this works.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
I just have a couple more and then I'm done.
Okay.
I noticed in the mariachi plan, it said if we, that there would be no competitions or workshops and no travel. If we approve activities, why would mariachi not participate in their contest? That's a
Okay.
question. And then something that was in the plan that I didn't understand that you could probably clear up for me.
Okay.
There's a statement in there that says students must wear music designed instrument and vocal mask at all times. Wear music designed
Okay. The,
instrument and vocal mask, is that what,
There-
it's a certain type of mask?
there's a mask that we have already ordered for students who play instruments such as trumpets, saxophones, where the mouthpiece, there's a slit that opens up like a flap, and your mouthpiece goes in there, and you can play trumpet with a mask on. That would apply to mariachi as well. Vocalists have now designed a new mask that has extra support, and it comes out further away from the face, so the vocalist can actually project a little bit better, and it's not covering right at their face. Those have not been ordered yet, but we haven't even started working on vocalists yet, as far as, well, we haven't seen kids, so, but the plan is to purchase masks designed for music students. Your first part of the question was the contest, mariachi contest. And I spoke to Mr. Ramirez just before I left the band hall today, and he gave me some of the updates. The reason he put that in the mariachi pages was there's two associations, Texas Mariachi Educators Association, or TAME, and they are not, as an association, wanting to host competitions just yet. They have not set dates, locations, procedures. They've talked about virtual competitions, no in-house competitions, and that's through TAME, or TAME. There's also another association called TMDA, Texas Mariachi Directors Association. They have not made any contact with any of the officers or any of the schools that participated last year. So at this point, we're not even sure if they're going to host a competition or even a festival. And like I said earlier, this is a work in progress, so at the time we printed it, we have no place to go to take them. The students will be competing at the all-area or all-region mariachi competition, which is a virtual competition. Kids will be recorded, recording, and then placed in rankings. But they will not be traveling to a competition for that. And again, that is through at least December that we know of for sure right now, that nothing is planned. And that's why it's in there where there is no mariachi competition, because there's nothing planned. There is no clinics scheduled. They canceled all that this past spring, and no one's talking right now as to what's being planned for the spring semester even. So,
Thank you.
And that makes sense, sir. It just made it look like here that you're not doing it at all. That's why it was, that's why I had the same question as Ms. Hoff did. It just didn't explain, it would
Okay.
have been a little bit, for us to understand that
Okay.
we thought it was just no. So, okay, well, thank you very much for explaining that.
Mr. Martinez, I have a few questions.
yes, sir.
And my questions are gonna be dealing or regarding temperature checks. Now, you referenced it in in 2 pages, actually. One's on page 5, and it talks about the band directors and their temperature checks, and also the students on game day and their temperature checks. Have you already decided on a location or locations that this is gonna be taking place?
Well, Mr. Frank Ramirez and myself both have thermostats or thermometers. And we've set up a table as soon as you come in through the double doors of the band hall where we will be greeting students there. Now, it's my understanding that when the kids arrive on campus, at the gate, before they walk onto campus, they'll be taking temperatures in their cars. And I think I was told that I might be one checking that, the back gate where the band kids are dropped off. So it's our students and whoever is dropped back there. So that wasn't addressed because I believe Ms. Nance had said we would be taking at 3 different points. Or Dr. Norris, somebody said, high school's taking care of that.
Yes, I understand.
When they arrive for Friday night games, we'll be taking them ourselves, myself and Mr. Frank Ramirez.
Okay. Yes, sir. So, and I'm saying if the board were to approve to start the extracurricular activities effective tomorrow, what would be your plan for tomorrow
My plan is tomorrow.
for temperature checks?
Okay, tomorrow, if I had students coming in,
Yes, sir.
I have a table set up, ready for temperature checks, and I have a student roster, and I'll be taking temperatures of each kid or writing them down. Myself, Mr. Ramirez, or somebody will be doing that, taking care of that, if we had students in tomorrow.
And my second question, what about staff or band directors? Would you be taking your own temperature, or are you, just for accountability, will somebody actually take the role of taking all the temperatures just for accountability? That way, to be quite frank, just so there's no mistakes, that way there's no, it's never questioned that these temperatures are below 100 degrees.
Yes. Yeah, we can do that.
We can do that?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, we have two thermometers there in the band hall.
Good.
Before the kids start arriving, we'll just,
And it's basically just the buddy system, you know,
Yes.
just to make sure that, it's just for accountability, and we just want to make sure that the parents know that it's safe. Of course, the kids, staff, just to create a safe environment and just for peace of mind. I
well, as a
appreciate it.
staff, I can guarantee you, we're very concerned
I appreciate it.
ourselves,
Yes, sir.
and we won't let something like that
Thank you, sir.
slide. Yes, sir.
You stated you have 57 kids that would be ready to come back to school and to practice.
Yes.
In the band hall, you have enough room to set them 6 feet apart?
We have enough room right now to do 23 at a time
Okay.
in the band hall. Now, we also have the mariachi hall that also fits another 17 students, I believe. I forgot what Mr. Ramirez put on here. I believe it's 17 students. We also have our practice field outside that accommodate 80,
Okay.
4x4 or 7.5 feet by 7.5 feet blocks, what we call a 4x4 block. And we can fit 80 out there, easy.
Okay.
So that would be taken care of.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Can I follow up with that question? Could you use the cafeteria as well? I know you all used it last year and past times to use the cafeteria, or correlate some kind of a,
That
be
that is-
possible?
That's part of the plan for if I have fish camp next week
okay,
at 4:00, and if it's 105 degrees outside, we need to find a place to put those kids. And the cafeteria will be, I have not spoken to Dr. Norris or Ms. Martinez at the cafeteria. I haven't
Okay.
spoken to anybody, but that was, on the Plan B.
okay,
If we come back and if I have summer or if I have fish camp next
One more question from me,
Sure.
and I'm done. On game day, sir, where are y'all gonna be sitting at, or where is it gonna be at?
It was recommended by Dr. Norris that we, in front of the, what's it called, scoreboard, in that rounded area of the track. I think we're gonna go maybe a little bit past and sit facing the home audience, a little bit like in front of the, visitors'
Mm-hmm,
ticket booth,
okay.
in that area. And we do have, we've already been out there and spaced it off where I can fit 45, 50 kids comfortably in that area.
And the only reason why I was asking, because I thought in my mind that it was on the track behind the scoreboard, and I was like, no, but now you explained it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm done.
Mr. Martinez, one
Yes.
more follow-up based on Ms. Yanez's question, or Nunez. We're also addressing the spectators in the football field this evening. That's an agenda item. If for some reason we vote to not allow visitors and only allow our hometown guests, could our band then go up into the stadium and sit in their usual location and with the 6 feet distancing?
That's possible because I do have, out of those 57, I do have 6 to 7 cheerleaders. I have 3 maybe football players, so now we're at 47. We may be able to, and I haven't seen the diagram of how many people can actually sit in that area. I'll show you all that. Okay, but that would be a better situation for us. But if the track is where we need to be so we can accommodate, we'll be sitting on the track.
Okay. Thank
Okay?
you, sir.
Any more questions?
More questions?
I have no.
I just have one. All these, for everything we have on our agenda today, including band, these practices, they're all after school. Is there any or is there some during, when they're teaching or teachers are teaching? How is that gonna work? Is it all gonna be after school?
No, sir.
Or will some kids have to be, or can they do it on computer, or will have to be there in the classroom? Or in the band hall?
The band will be competing or performing, the 57 of those will be in first period band, whether it's an A-B schedule or every day. The students who are not performing with the band will have alternate assignments online, virtual learning, using our smart music program, where they'll be working on solo and ensemble music for April competition that they will do virtually also. So they'll be assigned, they won't be doing any of the fun stuff, they'll be doing other required things we need to cover.
I'm with you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that in my mind, that they will be at first period, and then some gonna be after school.
Right.
But they won't be like all during the day and all that, right? Most of them, the majority of them gonna be at first period.
It'll be
You're done.
first period and Monday night rehearsals from 6 to 8:30. That's the only night we're gonna have rehearsals, and, but I think one night we may have to change it to Tuesday because there's a Monday night football game somewhere. But we've already talked to Mr. Vela and looked at that schedule, and we'll make accommodations for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Are you all ready?
Well, it's very hard to tell, sir, because online, I can hear one person at a time. I can't hear 2 or 3 or 85 at a time, so it's really not. I like to say that the students are learning their part,
Yeah.
and I'm looking
But till you
forward
get
to
them together.
hearing them when they sound when we put them all together. Yeah,
I lied. Last question.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
sure
Sorry,
thing.
sir.
I appreciate it.
If the kids decide to want to come in, will they have the option to come back, to be able to come in March or participate? Just, you know what I mean? I mean,
In
you said
3
that there's,
weeks, now they want to come back? Is that what
yeah,
you're asking?
would there be a possibility, but,
There's always a possibility.
okay,
I've never told anybody, no, you can't do it. However, they will need either alternate spots, or we might have what we call in band world a Z line, which is just a line in the back. They'll still be able to participate, but they're not part of the real
form,
picture.
yeah.
We're going to add them as a different picture.
all right.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sure thing. Any more?
I'm done. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
We're good. Does the board wish to take action on this?
One at a time? I thought we were doing this.
It'd probably be better they posted one at a time in case, there's different circumstances that, or something happens, or it's just, it's up to the board. We can do it either way. We can do them one at a time, or we can always, do some, not others, but, we sure do it one at a time, whatever we decide to do.
I just want unity.
Can we listen to all the
All of 'em.
presentations, and then if we decide that we want to allow some and not others, we can make
Yes.
that, present that in our motion?
Yes, that's the wish of the board.
It's a unity.
Is that good with you, Robbie? We'll do it like that. Thank you, Kim. If that's the case, well, Dr. Roth is not gonna be available, either is Mr. Mendez, so,
Dr. Roth is here.
oh, excuse me. Do we wanna go ahead and let's hear from him right now. Dr. Roth? Dr. Roth? Where is he?
There he is.
There he is.
Yes, you wait till the exact second that I get up and go get a spoon. Anyway. But, what is your question?
Would you like we're voting on different agenda items. Right now, school starting is not on the agenda. What is on the agenda, extracurricular, band cheerleading, FFA, cross-country volleyball, and football, to possibly get started on it. And we just wanted to hear some comments from you.
Sure. Yeah, and I've been following along with the agenda. First of all, I know Will Thompson very well, and I highly respect him. I think he's a strong member of the community. He's pretty much run that rural health clinic for many, many years by himself. So his letter is spot on as far as his intent of the letter. So I applaud him for sending that in. And kind of like I said at the last school meeting, I am all for starting everything as soon as possible, with the caveat that it's done under the proper guidance of the CDC, the UIL, the TEA, and all of those agencies. I did read over all of the packet attachments, and it seems for this meeting that everything is in place. All of the different extracurricular leaders have put great action plans in place. So I have no concerns. I'm sure we're going to hear more presentations like we had heard from the band director, but it seems like everybody has their ducks in line, and just like Nurse Ayala with the school itself, I think all the counselors are ready with their extracurricular activities, at least from the documents.
Dr. Roth, this is Kim Hoff.
Yes,
Hope
ma'am.
you're not on a vacation and we're taking up your time, but.
No, I'm on a working vacation.
Okay, that's not much of a vacation.
No.
I'm gonna be real honest with you, and I'm basing what, my decision was last week, and coming into tonight, what I was still thinking would be my decision, based on something that you said last week. And I wrote down the quote when we were talking about starting up activities, and waiting until the end of the first 6 weeks, which would be having the kids come in September the 21st. And your quote was, the 21st will be ideal. It will allow us to see if we have a spike after Labor Day. So if I'm basing my decision on you saying that September the 21st would be ideal, tell me what has changed so that that you no longer think we need to hold off even with extracurricular activities, and that will help me make a better decision. And I hope you don't feel like I'm throwing you under the bus, but I appreciate your advice and your time that you've given us, and those are the things that I've taken into consideration.
Right, and I understand, and I can see that may have been just a little bit confusing, and I'll clarify that. The 21st is ideal because we can see what the rest of the country is going to go through. What we've seen so far has been pretty anticlimactic. I haven't seen many spikes. There's obviously been a couple cases here and there, but that's to be expected, and even some little kind of clusters. But those cases, I have to assume, are because of a breakdown in the processes or they didn't have the processes in place. So really what I meant was, and I'm sorry if I was confusing, what I meant was last time was that if we wait till the 21st and get a better overview of everybody, what's going on for the entire school system, and that it would be ideal to wait for that part for everything. However, with all of the mitigation strategies that I've come through with the attachments, you know, nothing's going to change in those 2 weeks. And as long as the processes are there now that we're going to do in 2 weeks anyway, I'm not so sure that we need to wait those 2 weeks for the extracurricular activities. I'm much more confident this time than I was last meeting, purely because of those attachments that are in there. Because last time, none of us, I don't think, really had a good idea of, you know, how the extracurriculars were going to be handled, and at least I wasn't very confident that all those guidelines that I mentioned a few minutes ago were going to be followed. And it may have just been because I'm new and I just didn't have a good sense of what was in place, but now I do, and it seems that since they're there, again, nothing's going to change in 2 weeks, and I don't see
So
any reason
you feel, well, no, I mean, something could change, the COVID numbers could change after Labor Day. And
Yes.
that's what I think the quote that I
right.
made, it was based on. But you feel very strongly that we are not, I know I'm putting you on a spot here, but
Do it.
I really appreciate your expertise.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that if we keep school closed to our student population and bring back in extracurricular activities, that we are not putting our staff, parents, community in any higher risk of COVID coming back and making us a hot spot?
Well,
No, I'm
there's
putting you on the spot.
yeah, and of course I'm gonna be a little bit of a legal person in that there's never zero risk, and to say that there's no risk is not reasonable. There is a risk. However, the risk, and I've done a lot more research since the last meeting. Also, the risk of acquiring COVID from schools once the children get back together again is going to be a function of how well they adhere to the guidelines. However, the risk of getting it from a family member at home is much higher than the risk of them taking it home to that family member. It's also much higher for them to get it within the community, going around doing whatever in the community than they are in schools. Only because the schools, if you walk through those schools, you'll see that, you know, there's plastic up, they're 6 feet apart. And Nurse Ayala and I have spent many hours since the last meeting talking about, you know, what ifs. And can we do this? And can we do that? So we're still trying to, or she's still trying to tweak some things at the last minute, but it's nothing major. So I think that the risks are going to be lower. And it looks like from the rest of the country that those that are adhering to the guidelines are finding out that they're being successful in mitigating those risks.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Roth, this is
You know,
Jamie.
the problem gets in, and this will be my last point. The problem gets in, and this is what's going to, write this down because I think this is going to be important. If there is a little bit of outbreak, if there's an outbreak, there's going to be a failure of the process someplace, and it's going to be where somebody or some agency didn't exactly follow the processes or tried to circumvent them somehow or justify that this is not necessary somehow. So I think we really need to be vigilant about walking off the ranch and not following the process like they're supposed to be. Obviously, you don't have to go measuring 6 feet if it's 5 feet, 11 inches. But major things like just not wearing masks. I found out today that apparently the county's mask rule was no longer in place because it expired. However, the state mask rule is still very much in place. So at the commissioner's court meeting, we had talked about it, and that's all going to be reinstituted. But things like that fall through the cracks, are gonna be where the problems are.
That concerns me as well. I just saw, several pictures of school districts on the news that are participating and even coming back to campuses. And, it showed so many of the students and even some staff where the mask was below the nose and, just covering the mouth. But, well, that's not gonna cut it, is it?
No, it has to cover the nose, and like I said, as long as we follow the guidelines as strict as we can, then that'll put us at the least amount of risk possible.
Dr. Roth, this is Jamie Whitwell. I want you to know that I wrote that down and I put a star by it first. And I also want you to, your opinion of, it sounds to me like you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but keeping kids busy, i.e. in extracurricular activities, in a controlled environment could actually be safer for them. I just, even driving to this meeting, I saw kids walking down the street together, and I thought, what do these kids have to do? They're bored. They got idle hands. They need to get busy. So would you say that would be a true statement, that keeping kids busy in extracurricular activities could, in a controlled environment, could be safer for them?
Absolutely, and that was never a doubt in my mind, even last meeting. Yeah, you're 100% true. Again, the discussions that we had last time were all about following the guidelines, mostly for the any political fallout that would happen if children would get sick. We just have to do what's right, and as long as we do that. Again, Will's letter was spot on, and everything he mentioned was spot on, and he did address that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Dr. Roth, I have I have a question for you. If you could help me out. Earlier,
Yes.
you talked about a break in the system, and I'm going back to temperature checks, and we spoke to band director, Mr. Martinez, and I addressed the temperature issue. As far as checking kids and staff's temperature, do you think it's a good idea, or do you recommend doing it before they get on campus or before they enter the band hall? And my next question would be, as far as accountability, do you recommend self-checks from staff, or do you think that staff, we should have somebody designated to take temperatures and just to have more accountability to make sure that we're precise, just to ease the minds of parents, staff, and students?
Yes, I think checks and balances is always positive, a positive thing, because then there's no finger pointing and there's no what if. We do that in hospitals. I mean, when I enter the hospital, before I start my shift, I have to get my temperature checked, and somebody puts a little sticker on my badge saying it was checked today, and then I can go through.
And
I don't get to sneak in the back door. I don't get to just walk through and say, I'm the doctor, I'm fine. Everybody's held accountable. And that's the best way for everybody, because then everybody is accountable, and there's no coming back and saying, well, this person, wasn't checked and they may have had a fever, et cetera.
And Dr. Roth, in that hospital, are you allowed to take your own temperature, document your own temperature, and go to work?
Nope.
So do you recommend, doing some type of buddy check or having staff check other staff's temperature?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions for Dr. Roth? Excuse me. Thank you very, very much, Doc. Really appreciate your time. Do you think we're going to need board members for anything else tonight?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm stuck in this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we want to hear from Melanie, or we'll save her for last?
Last. I'm just kidding.
Last? Okay.
Best for last.
Cheerleading.
We have Ms. Lehman here with us. Ms. Lehman, thank you for being with us on Zoom. Would you like to hit the high points of the cheerleading plan, please? And answer any questions or talk about any concerns you might have?
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for letting me participate in tonight's board meeting. Most of our recommendations is based on our athletic department's recommendations as well. So this is the latest version that I had from our athletic department to kind of base our protocol off of. So I apologize in advance if anything has changed with our athletic department. I haven't had to coach so that we just haven't been able to make our schedules line up just where I to be able to sit down and hammer out the details. Something that I do want to point out to y'all is one of the biggest things. I'm going to kind of answer some of the questions that y'all asked Band as well, and hopefully be able to answer as many as I can for you. One of the biggest things, Ms. Hoff, you had mentioned uniform for band members. And I wanted to kind of ease your concern with that for cheerleading. One of the best things for us as a district, but not necessarily the parents, is they provide or they pay for their own uniforms and practice wear. So all of our uniforms, practice wear, cheerleading shoes, I mean, anything that you can name, for the most part, our parents pay for, meaning that the kids will be taking it home every single night, whether they wear it home or they have to bring it home in their bag. And that way they can make sure that they get that washed as soon as they get home. So I'd like to point that out to y'all. As for required screenings, if we were to kind of open up and be able to start practices and all of that tomorrow, we would definitely, for the cheerleading side, we would get with the athletic department and get their exact pre-screening document that they have. Purpose for that is, again, as cheerleading was kind of meshed into our athletic department, we want to make sure that we keep it as much the same as we possibly can and keep it similar for not only our athletes, but parents and things like that as well, to try and eliminate any kind of confusion that we get in regards to all this, because I know that every kind of department or team may have something different. So to try and keep it the same, that's what we would do. So I would need to get in contact with Coach Silva or Ms. Lutz in order to get that. I myself, I get checked every single day when I enter campus. Disney has provided health documentation for the teachers fill out every morning. When they run, if any reason they leave campus, they can fill out and submit it for a second time. So we would continue, or I would continue to do that. Should I ever leave campus for any reason, I would make sure to double or recheck before we begin practices, attending games, things like that. And same thing would also go with our students, our athletes. If they leave campus for any reason, whether they go in between practices to go get food, because we know a lot of our individuals participate in a lot of different things. So whether they leave campus to go get food, to change, anything up, they would go for practice games as well.
She can put it in a
and we do that outside of the gym, because our training we usually practice inside the gymnasium. That's where they would be getting their pre-screening. The COVID pre-screening that our athletic department has pre-created during the strength and conditioning time.
Ms. Lehman.
Kind of a little bit more into detail.
Ms. Lehman.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Lehman, you're breaking up every other word. Can you kind of call in on the phone, on the email that was sent to you with the Zoom link? Can you call that in on the phone? And let's try it that way, because the connection is not good.
Yes, sir. Let me do that.
I'm sorry? What'd she say? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Let me get that locked in.
Okay.
She can just mute herself.
Good evening, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I apologize for that. Let me kind of go over what we previously discussed.
Ms. Lehman,
She's muted.
Yes,
can you please log off the first device you're on because you're echoing?
say that again, I'm sorry.
Can you mute the first device that you were on because you're echoing still?
It is muted.
Yes, it is muted. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I don't know exactly what all y'all got to hear. I did refer to Ms. Kim Hoff's question in regards to uniform and practice wear. So one of the good things about cheerleading for Petula, not necessarily our parents, but is that they provide all of their uniforms and practice wear, meaning that the parents and the athletes or the guardians actually purchase these items themselves. So they would be able to take them home every single day to ensure that they get washed properly, and that not be something else that we kind of have to worry about or be another limiting factor as to why we can return to our cheerleading and return to extracurricular activities. I also discussed with y'all some pre-screening. I know that was something that y'all brought up with the band as well. And so just like we do every single day for our CHS campus is as we enter into the campus, we are required to submit a pre-screening document, which Ms. Nance has provided all of the teachers and staff. So if for any reason that I leave campus, I rescreen myself when I re-enter campus or when I get back on campus, and so that would continue with extracurricular activities as well. So if I leave campus to go get food before a football game or something of that sort, I would be rescreened. And same thing occurs for the cheerleading team as well. If they end up leaving to go and change clothes or get food or anything of that sort, they would be rescreened outside of the gymnasium near that front parking lot as well. So that's one thing that I wanted to hit on with y'all. Now, because it is cheerleading, we do typically practice indoors, meaning we use the gym. One of the good things about it is a little bit larger than what our specific team is for the number that we have. We currently have 12 varsity members and 12 junior varsity members. So we have a total of 24 athletes. But out of those 24, I have 2 who have identified themselves as continuing with virtual learning this school year. Of those 2, we're at 50%. So one of them would say that if participating in virtual learning and extracurriculars was an option, they would do that. And then I have one who also has said that she will not be participating in any kind of extracurricular activities. Just so that way y'all kind of know where we're sitting at. So we currently have 2 who are not able to participate as of right now. In regards to cleaning and disinfecting, really the biggest thing that hits on with cheerleading is going to be like our cheerleading mats. So because of this, the mats themselves do have holes that sweat or any kind of germs can kind of go through. Because of this, I had talked with Dr. Norris on getting some Lysol spray in order to spray onto the mats at the end of every practice, as well as using our custodial staff spraying mister with a disinfectant spray, again, to spray over those mats and ensure that we are trying to kill as many germs as we possibly can. And mats will not be used at every single practice. Just that way, if we're only practicing cheers or working on things of that sort, we won't be even getting those mats out. So that would not be an every single day need to be able to clean those. One of the biggest things for us and for cheerleading right now is transportation. Like I had said earlier, I have reached out to Coach Silva in regards to transportation. I'm not sure if he got in contact with Mr. Vela and included cheerleaders in his numbers. So that was one of my concerns. As of right now, we are looking at allowing varsity members to participate in away games voluntarily. And the reason for that being is in our survey that we sent out to the girls, we had 5 athletes who said that they did not know if they felt comfortable participating in those away games. And so we do want to make sure that we are ensuring the safety of our families and our students. We don't want to force anybody to participate. If they don't feel comfortable, then I don't believe that they should need to. So they do have that option. Another one that we have considered is junior varsity athletes participating in varsity games or having the ability to do so. Just because of our limited football season that we're going to be having, we want to try and get every single member every chance that they can possibly have to be able to cheer and use those Friday night football uniforms and those Thursday uniforms to make our girls feel like they have some kind of sense of pride with this school year. Now, the problem with allowing junior varsity members is it's going to be based on the availability of transportation, supervision, and then, of course, ensuring the safety of the athletes. For us, we have myself and Miss Kathy Galindo Garcia, but Miss Galindo usually is unavailable during the week in order to help me. She usually only helps for Friday's pep rallies and football games themselves. So that would be kind of where the supervision, if we had another individual to help supervise those extra athletes, we would be able to bring them on, given we have the transportation. So that was one of our main concerns. Last main concern that we have is just transportation for practices. Typically, we practice for about 60 minutes to 90 minutes. And we usually only are able to do that Monday and Wednesdays. Now, when I say usually, I'm talking about in previous years. However, with CHS changing their bell schedule and us not getting done and out of the school until 5 o'clock, we are concerned about athletics for volleyball. We do have a lot of cheerleaders who also participate in volleyball and other sports as well. If they don't end their practices, from what I have spoken with Coach Garcia about, if they don't end their practices until about 6 to 6:15, cheerleading wouldn't even be able to begin practices until about 6:30. So that would put some of our kids not getting home. If we practice 60 minutes to 90 minutes, let's say we end at 8 o'clock, and we only have 2 Instanal individuals, we are concerned about transportation again. So again, that's just kind of our biggest concern, and not really sure if we've been able to get in contact or if Coach Silva has included cheerleaders in that transportation that he provided Mr. Vela with. Other than that, we do want to encourage face masks anytime that they're not actively exercising. And the biggest portion for exercising for me is stunting. Individuals are typically in groups of 4 or 5 in close proximity together. And in that case, I will require them to wear a face mask. Stunting is usually not done in a very long or excessive time frame. And so I think that we are going to be able to do that safely. And again, just like we talked about with home games and away games and participation in stunting would be voluntary. And it would not be required of the athletes. So they do have, again, that option. If they don't feel comfortable with it, we don't want them to do it. Again, ensuring the safety of our students. Other than that, for game day, we've considered moving where the cheerleaders typically stand. We are usually in the middle of the football field, right around that 50-yard line, standing almost next to or very close to the football team. So we have considered moving down either to the left or to the right, one side or another, in order to ensure that we are giving enough space between the football players and the cheerleaders as well. Of course, because our role as a cheerleader in that moment is to support our football team. and we want to make sure that we are giving them every possible ability to be successful and to be safe. With that being said, we don't want to participate in any kind of exchanging of gifts or anything of that sort with our visitors, as we have in the past, again, to ensure the safety of our athletes, our staff, and our community. For the most part, I want to say that that's pretty much all that I have. And again, mine is based off of our athletic department's recommendation. So if y'all have any questions for me, I'm more than willing to answer to the best of my ability.
Any
I
questions?
do have a question, ma'am. Are you going to adjust some of your routines, like the pyramids and things like that, so the contact is minimal between the cheerleaders?
Absolutely. We typically have football lines that are usually closer than 6 foot distancing, but they are it's very easy to spread the girls out some more, and to make sure that they do have those social distancing measures to ensure their safety. As for pyramids and things like that, those actually require like the entire team for stunting, and we don't necessarily participate in pyramids as much. And especially with this school year of us getting started a little bit later, that is something that I don't believe we would even get to during our football season. So that is not a concern that I have immediately.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Lehman, it's Kim Hoff here. You made a statement, and I want to make sure that I heard it correctly. You said that when you were going to encourage face masks when not physically exercising. Coach Silva made a comment last week about trying to minimize the numbers in the locker rooms. It's verbs like that make me feel like we might not be ready when we say encourage instead of require, or we are going to minimize the numbers. Did I mishear you on that, or are you going to require them to wear those face masks when not physically exercising?
So when they are not physically exercising, they are going to be required to wear those masks. If they are exercising, just from what I understood at the last board meeting, we do want to make sure that our kids have a little bit of room to breathe. So if they are exercising and they need to kind of remove their mask for a little bit in order to gain some air and make sure that they don't overheat or cause other problems, then we do want to allow them to be able to do that. But for the most part, the girls will be wearing masks at all times. One of the best benefits about cheerleading is we don't really require a lot of strength and conditioning like our football or like our volleyball team does. And so a lot of the sport itself for high school cheerleading is individual, right? For doing your cheers, you have to do those by yourself. In regards to things like that, they can absolutely wear a face mask. If they need to pull it away from their face for a little bit to gain a little bit of air, they are welcome to do that. But when they are not exercising at all, they will be required to wear a mask at all times, entering, exiting the gym, anytime they have a break, anything of that sort.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Lehman, this is Robert Ayala. I have a question. So my question is, and I'm going back to these thermometers and these temperature checks. Now, on a typical day, the student will be at school all day. The student will have gotten their temperature checked in the morning, and they go throughout the day. So, but before I get into that, could you tell me, can you repeat one more time, what time will your practices be for cheerleading?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I couldn't hear you very well.
Yes, ma'am. Could you tell me more or less what time your practices will be?
Where are locations for pre-screening? Is that what you're saying?
No, can you tell me what time the practices will be for cheerleading?
He wants to know what time your practices will be, Ms. Lehman.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Hoff. I appreciate that. I don't know what's going on, but I can't hear very well.
I know, it's very muffled.
Yes. One of the things that we have been considering, and I've been speaking with Dr. Norris about this, in trying to figure out what's the best time for practices. We have considered having our usual evening practices. Again, with our new bell schedule change, it would be end up being around 6:30 as our start time and ending around 8 p.m. One of my biggest concerns with that is our in-Snell students who still need transportation back home. Again, we only have 2 in-Snell students, so that doesn't really necessarily give us a whole lot of options in providing transportation on a bus to get those students back home. So one thing that I have considered is having morning practices in replacement of the band members who usually practice in the morning. Again, usually meaning as of the previous school years. But again, then that requires getting those 2 in-Snell students up to Cotulla High School a little bit earlier in order to have those morning practices, which would be from 7 to 8 p.m. or sorry, 7 to 8 a.m. Again, giving us a full hour or enough time to be able to clean and sanitize all of the necessary things that we need to ensure that the gym itself is ready for any other individuals who go inside of it after us.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is something that we don't necessarily have the answer to right now. I've been working with Dr. Norris on trying to get that set up, but that's something that we are still working on.
Thank you so much for that information.
So, Coach Silva, you don't have to step up to the mic for this. You can just holler out. She didn't know if the cheerleader numbers were included in your information to Mr. Vela. Do you know if they were included to him to take into consideration?
I'll answer that. For the 2 students that we have, it doesn't matter because we have enough room in our in-and-out buses that go back.
Can't hear you.
To accommodate.
You got to come up here.
Okay. For those 2. That's all right. For those 2 in-and-out cheerleaders, it's not an issue because we run enough routes late in the afternoon to in-and-out that we can accommodate those kids. So I know we haven't talked to Ms. Lima, or she hasn't talked to me about it, but that would not be an issue as far as transporting them back to in-and-out, okay? The only thing is that we normally have like an early route and a late route, and if they finish late, they would have to ride the later route, but we'll provide transportation for them.
No problem.
Ms. Lehman. Mrs. Lehman?
Can you hear Robbie?
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
You think I should step
Hello?
up to that mic?
Just talk a little louder, Robbie.
Ms.
Equity.
Lehman, can you hear me?
A little bit, yes,
Is
yes,
your
sir.
mic on?
Yes.
Yeah, he's one in the middle, Robbie.
Mr. Vela was on, would that be better? This one?
Ms. Lehman, can you hear me?
A little.
Is that better?
No, not really.
Maybe ask him to repeat it because she can hear Kim.
Well, so my question is that if the cheerleading practice is in the morning, well then the students they'll get their temperature checks like normal. But if the practice is in the evening, my concern would just be that if there's some seniors that maybe they don't go to school throughout the day, they kind of slip through the cracks and they don't get their temperature checked, is there a way that we can just check all the cheerleaders' temperatures right before practice? And the only reason I'm saying this is that these thermometers, they can check a temperature in less than a second. So I just want to make sure that, in going back to what I was saying earlier, I just want to make sure that there's no concerns from parents, staff, and just to make sure all these kiddos, all these students get their temperatures checked, just to be safe. Ms. Hall, can you repeat that for her?
I heard you. Yes, if that's what we need to do, then we will definitely make it happen. If it's something that will make our community members feel better, and to know that we are doing everything that we possibly can to make sure that we are creating a safe environment for these athletes to come into practice to, then we will absolutely do that. Like you said, the temperature checks don't take but just a second. So it doesn't take up any amount of time before a practice to be able to make sure that we're providing the safety measures that we need to keep our kids safe.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions for Ms. Lehman? Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll move on to FFA. Sammy Yanis. Sammy,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
you ready to go?
Can y'all hear me okay?
You bet. Yes. We,
Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. If you guys, I guess, would you guys like me to start?
you bet. Go ahead.
Okay. If you guys look at my document that we shared, it was pretty detailed. We've kind of looked at keeping everybody safe for all FFA events and contests. It's pretty detailed as to how we're going to control everything and how we're going to run practices in and out of the classrooms and the fields and in the barns. We're going to follow, again, the CDC guidelines that are there. There's also some stock show guidelines. One thing I do want to say really quickly from listening to everybody is FFA is not really a contact intensive as the other extracurricular activities. You know, they're not hitting each other. They're not close to each other most of the time. When they're competing, when they're judging like in livestock judging or plan ID or things like that, you know, they're kind of on their own, and they're in open areas and stuff like that. So it's shouldn't be as as close contact as the rest of these. There's other things that came up on there, you know, as far as the stock show guidelines as well, you know, the hand sanitizing in the barn, keeping everybody distance, wearing their mask while they're at the barn or in the show ring. Other things like that. One of the biggest questions we have mainly is just transportation. I know for practices, the students can catch the buses from Ensenada and Cotulla that are, you know, going towards, they can get on the athletic bus in the mornings and the afternoons, headed home. You know, the contests are going to be different. You know, in the past, we'd go to contests, we could use a Suburban because the buses weren't available, or a ag truck, you know, but so this is going to be a little different as far as transportation to contests. Those contests will be run a lot differently now. When we go to an FFA contest, like for example, Plan ID, it's gonna be more streamlined. You know, they're gonna go compete, and then we're gonna be released. We won't stick around for lunch. We won't stick around for award ceremonies and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be less mingling and a lot smaller groups when we're in there. Some of the students' questions they have, we do have some FFA questions related from our students and our officers. And I'm just asking what they're asking because, you know, they're concerned about attending school or not attending school. They want to stay home, do remote learning, and are they still going to be able to, you know, show their animals, compete in FFA contest, and continue to be our chapter officers. And so I'm just going to pass that along to you guys to consider as to, you know, what you guys decide to do there. And that's pretty much all I have. Like I said, we submitted a pretty detailed packet to you guys. If you have any questions for me, let me know.
Any questions for Mr. Yanis?
Yes.
No questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Yanis. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Dennis, I didn't hear you ask if we had any questions. I do have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned, and it was the exact question that I was going to ask that your students are asking, because I think FFA, I don't want to say you're a different animal, but you know, in a way, you kind of are, as far as I know we have a policy in place that says if a student is a virtual learner, which all of our students are at this point, then they can't participate in extracurricular activities. When we do come back to face-to-face instruction on the 21st, God willing, will you require your students to, like for junior FFA and your high school kiddos, will you require them to be in attendance face-to-face in order to participate?
May
I
I
know that's the
answer?
same question your kids ask, but I'm asking you, what's your opinion?
I think I agree. I think we're a different animal, where their animals. It's basically their project. They're working their project at home. And so they're working with their animals. They're doing their work at home. No one's there, to contaminate, or bring the virus in and out. So I mean, they're not. Their education doesn't stop at the door. Their education continues at home when they're feeding and caring for the animal for their their well-being, keeping them healthy and fed and all that. So it's a very different different situation. So it's very difficult to. And so right now we're following the school board guidelines as far as the no the what do you call it, the being in attendance at school and all that. But hopefully you guys can consider that, or maybe we're doing something a little different with that.
Thank you. I also noticed in your plan, and all the plans spoke about this, and I have pages and pages and pages of notes. So this question probably is not to you, but maybe to either Nurse Ayala or Dr. Seals or Mr. Vela, that all the plans addressed sanitizing and disinfecting will be done after each group that comes in. Yours as well, Mr. Yanez. And I know in some previous comments we've had that there were concerns that the sanitizing agent might not have enough time to do its job if we don't have enough time in between when groups come in. So my question, come up to the mic. Is that Freddie?
Yep.
We have certain products that are alcohol based, like the wipes and things of that nature, that will kill it right away. We do have some other products, the Steriphene and some of those, that take longer, but those will not be utilized till the end of the day. They'll spray it and it's got to sit, okay? Also, and I have it there, we have gallon hand sanitizer, alcohol based, that we're gonna put in every one of the fountains in every one of the classrooms, so the kids can squirt it to their hands. We also have the standalone that'll be placed at the entrance of all the campuses that the kids can use. So it's not that they're not telling you the truth, it's just that those products that take a little bit longer will be used at different times. But we did give them to the campuses so they could have them, and when they started reading the labels, they're like, wait a minute, we don't have this much time in between the classes. Well, but that's not the product you're gonna use in between classes. That's just a product that we went ahead and gave you. So like at the end of the day, the teacher can go in and spray and let it set, and that'll work. Even though our own people are gonna go in themselves, this is just an extra tool for the teacher if they wanna have that, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yanez.
Thank you.
Yanez, I have a question. This is Robert Ayala. So
Yes, sir.
my question is, like Ms. Hoff said, y'all are a different animal. So, y'all are gonna travel to compete. I would think that y'all are a little more relaxed. You travel together and you work very hard together back in the FFA shop in the back and so forth. But let's say that you travel with your group for a week or so. Let's say you go to San Antonio, or let's say you travel on a Saturday. Are you going to be okay with temperature checks, going through the self checks, and being able to document on a Google document just to make sure that we're, even though you're traveling, the rules still apply as if you were on campus. Is that going to be an issue?
No, sir, that won't be an issue. We will conduct every day as if they were on campus and they were in our classroom. And well, when they're in our supervision, they're going to be our kiddos. So we're going to make sure we take care of that. I know State Fair is still going on. So the State Fair is not going to have the rodeo. They're not going to have their carnival. All they're going to have, they're kind of streamlined it. They're only going to have the stock show for the kids to show their animals and compete. And I'm even looking into trying to do like a QR code where we can have an electronic check-in, so that way we don't have to carry around paperwork and stuff, but the students will be able to, take a phone, use their cell phone, check in, do a self check-in, and we can take temperatures and put that temperature check in there and have all that information so we can have it, on digital file as well. So like I said, there are kiddos and we're going to take care of them and keep everybody safe as possible at all times.
Thank you, Mr. Yanez.
I have a question, Mr. Yanez. This is Seals.
Yes, sir.
You said you're a different animal, and all that sounds good until you go to a contest and then you're with a whole bunch of different animals. And so how is that different in regards to requiring in-person instruction versus remote learning participation? When you go places and do things, then is it not a very similar circumstance to the cross-country or to the volleyball or to any other sport? How is it different?
No, I mean, if I can see both sides. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm in the middle. I mean, I can see both sides of the argument, and I agree. I mean, if they're competing for our school and for our chapter, and they're representing Cotulla FFA, then I could see requiring them to come in, and it's fine as well. So I see your point, and I agree with either one. I mean, I'm very appreciative of you guys, and I know you guys are not making any easy decisions whatsoever. I know they're all difficult, so I appreciate the position you're in.
Dr. Seals, you didn't ask me my perspective on that, but what I was talking about was the fact of, do they have to be present in order to participate in, do they have to be face-to-face learning in order to participate in showing an animal? Because all the work is done at home, but obviously until they go to contest. But coming up, there's no practicing at school or anything like that. They're taking care of their animal at their home. It's an off-site activity. Therefore, why would it be a problem if it was an off-site learner? That was my point.
And I understand that point, but also understand the point about going places and doing things, and even at our own county show. I hope we get to have it. But anyway, there's another side of that coin too.
Well,
Yes, sir, you are correct, and I'll be fine with any decision you guys make. We'll follow that.
Mr. Yanez, this is Thomas Childers. The kids are
Mr.
required
Yanez,
to
I
keep.
just have one thing. I don't want to have us here till 2 a.m, but you are dealing with live animals. What are you telling your students if they do, God forbid, get infected with COVID, or are self-quarantined regarding their contact with their animals? Because it's rare, but there is transmission between species.
Yes, sir. There is a test. They can actually test their animals as well to make sure they don't have coronavirus. There have been very rare instances where the animal has been infected, and so we will follow up with the veterinarian and get the proper test that they need to make sure make sure everything, everyone and even the animals are healthy and safe.
Mr. Yanez,
Thank you.
this is Thomas Childers. Do the kids, they are still required to do their record books, right?
Yes.
For their animals. Are they able to take the record books home with them to be able to fill out the record books at home rather than at school?
Yes, our FFA record books are now online format, so they can work on it at home, and
Okay.
and they can work on it. They would work on it in the classroom with us, or we could help them with it in the classroom as well, and they can also work on it at home online on the computer.
Okay, so they don't have to be present to be able to do that.
Dr. Seals and Board, this is Scott. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I had something to interject there. As far as the kids that are either in school learning or virtual learning, that would fall under the same deal as far as the our stock show and majors go. In the past, we have had kids that were homeschooled. They were allowed to show, not only locally, but in San Antonio and Houston and State Fair. So there again, there's another difference in part of our discussion here. Hello?
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you,
yes.
Scott.
But they don't
Okay.
travel with in our vehicles, and they're not district sponsored.
Right.
Right. And so the rest of the students are. And so I see both sides, but I also, think it's important that if a kid's going to participate and they're not afraid to go participate in the shows, then why would they be afraid to come to school?
Well, I agree with what you're saying, but like I said in the past, there are kids that have been homeschooled by choice way before COVID, and they were allowed to participate.
But they participate on their own, correct?
Well, yes, back then we didn't have any type of transportation through the school.
Right.
So they had no choice but to participate on their own.
So am I to understand that in the past, homeschooled kids could participate in FFA, but not travel with them to competitions as part of representing Cotulla I.S.D.?
I'm not, Sammy, were the students that were homeschooled part of FFA, or were they through 4-H?
They were through 4-H.
Oh, okay.
That's what the difference is.
Yes, they were through 4-H. Another item, sometimes, like you say, Dr. Seals, the parents will take their own kids up there and haul their their students and their animals. But we as ag teachers and supervisors have to be there. We might go and just to be there to supervise and help with entering their animals and paperwork and anything that comes up. Sometimes things happen or they lose an ear tag number or any kind of identification tag number, and we have to be there for support and supervision for those things. And in that instance, we really didn't haul them, and we're not, but we're there for support.
That's what I was gonna say, that what if the parents do all the hauling and they don't use a school vehicle to transport their children to the event, to the stock show? And also, on another note, this is kind of sidetracking, but if we do vote to allow extracurricular activities to begin before face-to-face instruction, then I think we need to look at our policy again, because they're all virtual learners right now, and we're allowing virtual learners now to come and participate in extracurricular activities if we do vote to begin. So we may need to look at that policy. If we're allowing it at the start now and they're all virtual, then what are we?
A good point, Kim.
That's a good point, up to the point that we start in person.
Exactly. Just keep in mind that if we start athletics tomorrow, we're not offering in-person school. It's not until we offer the in-person school that'll come into effect.
I didn't know that we wrote it that way or agreed on it that way. But I just don't understand if this is going to pass and virtual learners, which they all are now, can go start participating in extracurricular activities. I don't see the difference.
Not by choice.
Yes, right now, we're when we go into the actual learning, then we're actually, they have that option to come and go. Right now, There is no school, so the kids don't have a choice to come to school. Like, we're not telling our athletes, you can come to school right now and be part of an athletic program. There is no school right now. So they're gonna have to make that choice when we open school and let them in. That's number one.
Well, there is school right now, Mr. Vela. They're all participating virtually.
I understand.
They're
but
all virtual learners.
I understand.
There is school.
I understand,
And-
but we're not
and
offering.
I'm not gonna argue this point. I'm just gonna ask for it to be on the agenda at our next meeting because we're
Okay.
not being fair. I mean, you're saying that they don't have a choice right now, but we're giving them a choice now if this is approved. And so why don't our virtual learners have that choice?
No, I'm not saying the choice of participating. I'm saying the choice of being here in school live. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when you talk about your, what is it, school homeschooling, we don't get ADA for those students, okay? There is no ADA coming into the district. That's why I believe that there's no transportation, there's nothing provided for them, because we don't get the ADA for those kids, okay? Now, the fact that Sammy and them help out, that's out of goodness of their heart, that they know the kids and they go and help them and so forth. But just keep in mind that homeschool kids, we do not receive it. The school district does not receive ADA for them.
I'm talking about CISD virtual learners.
I do want to add one more thing also, if I could. We do have a few students, you know, and people that have underlying conditions, you know, and you know, that's the main concern, you know, where the students know they're, you know, that you know, this time around it could be severe if they get sick or something happens, you know. So but they don't want to stop trying to do the normal things that they enjoy and that they want to participate. So that's kind of their situation.
Ms. Off, are you okay moving, Ms. Off, moving on, and we'll revisit what y'all were just talking about before we vote? Are you okay with that?
Would you repeat?
I said, are you okay with moving on and hearing the rest of these presentations, and before
bet.
we vote?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Bring it
I'm
up in
fine with it.
discussion again? Okay. Does the board need to take a short break? We've been here almost 2 hours.
Yes,
I'm
please.
everybody's saying yes, if there's no objection from the board. Time is 7:49 PM, and we are gonna take a short break. And time is 7:58 p.m. Were there any more questions for Mr. Yanes on FFA? Nope. We're good. We'll move on. Our next item on the agenda is cross country. Mr. Silva will be presenting that already.
Before we get started, Ms. Hoff, you had asked me earlier on, Ms. Lehman had given me those numbers. I know Mr. Vela had answered some questions on that, but we have a total of 11, because one of those cheerleaders is also an athlete. So we have 11 Encinal athletes that confirmed after talking to them. So we have 11, which is good for our protocol and the number of bus riders that we'll have. 13. Yes, but that's what I'm saying. We're good. We're good on that. So, good. Okay, good evening to board members, Dr. Seals. Again, I think everybody has the cross-country contingency safety plan. Our cross-country kids, their practice is going to be later in the day, later in the evening. Coach Olivetta is also our junior high football coach, and that's the way he's done it. Actually, we had morning practices back when we could. We're not doing any morning stuff right now on any of our athletics practices of any kind, simply because, again, we're limiting the locker room, and so the cleanup, shower and so forth, we're trying to refrain from that, so we won't be doing the morning thing. So he'll continue doing his evening practices, roughly 5-ish, 4:45, just depending on how quick he gets over from the junior high. So again, if you have any questions on the cross country, I'm ready to answer them.
I like the way that was presented. I like that.
Cross country's unique because they're outdoors all the time. They will not have anything indoors. Unfortunately, we've talked to several of our boys and girls, and they're not going to be allowed to compete. They're not going to come to school to in person. So as of right now, we've got 3 boys, 3 girls at the high school level. Now it may change. We still got a couple of iffies, but again, their training is outside. Coach is going to require masks anytime they're not actively running, drinking water, that kind of deal. Team camps as the way we knew them, with no more setting up the camps. The way the rules are set now for cross country, when a varsity group is on the course running, the next group cannot come in until that group has finished running and left the premises. And that goes for the next level. Like if we go to a meet and it's varsity and it's JV, it's junior high, that's the way it all is. Nobody can come on until the teams that are participating come off. They've also limited number of participants. Before, you could go to a cross-country meet and there would be a ton of buses. Now they're limited to 8. They're limited to 8, and so that's all that will be there. Our cross-country schedule, which you don't have just yet because we finalized it, Crystal City was just allowed to start, so they moved their cross-country meet back. Therefore, we're just now finalizing our meets as well, because they can't hold a spot for it, because right now everybody's jumping on first come, first served basis. And so as of right now, we're having probably four high school meets and then district, 3 junior high meets and then district. Because again, some of the early ones were canceled.
So this cross-country schedule that I printed off is changed?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Thank you.
And I have it, and I don't want you to write nothing down. We'll get all that to you.
Okay,
We just
that's
finalized
fine.
a couple of them. Yes, ma'am.
Coach Silva?
Yes, ma'am.
I read in the coach's plans that he is going to be keeping accurate record of attendance for contact tracing purposes. And I have heard that band will be taking attendance and writing down names and temperatures, but it's not written in all the plans. So do you know if all the coaches of all the different extracurricular activities will be keeping those same record?
We will have a weekly check. Right now that we don't have in-person schooling, we'll be keeping track of that, yes, ma'am, through a thing that they have to fill out on a weekly basis. Once we start in-person schooling, they will be filling those out on a weekly basis. But like say the temperature check is in the morning, we have decided, Coach Garcia and I, that it don't hurt to do it again. We're going to do the temperature check again as the young men, young women come to athletics, 3 o'clock. and we'll do it then. And if you look at the cross-country one, Coach Olvera wants to do it again when he gets there for peace of mind. And so actually the cross-country kids are going to get a temperature check possibly 3 times in a day.
Well, I think you might have misunderstood my question. And you're talking about when we start face-to-face instruction, and maybe I didn't hear the first part of what you said, but so if we start extracurricular activities tomorrow, will y'all be taking temperatures and writing down the names of the
Yes,
students that attend the practice
Yes,
in
ma'am.
case we need to do some contact tracing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They have to turn in a symptom checker, and then we'll do temperature checks when they get there. But yes, ma'am, we would start that tomorrow. Yes.
She couldn't hear you.
I couldn't hear you, Coach Silva.
Yes, ma'am. We will be doing the symptom checker that we'll have online, and we will do temperature checks when they come in. So yes, ma'am, we will be doing all that tomorrow.
If the board approves.
Coach Silva, I have a question.
One other thing on, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting and cutting y'all off because it's a delayed thing. One other thing in his plan said that athletes will be encouraged to bring their own hand sanitizer. I don't want that left up to the athlete.
No.
I think we need to be providing
Yes,
the hand sanitizer for them to use. I mean, that's like, some of our kids come to school without paper and pencil. I can only imagine, okay, we're going to encourage you to bring your hand sanitizer, and if you don't have it with you, then you don't sanitize your hands.
I agree.
We need
I
to take
agree.
care of that.
We do have every coach that gets a little bottle of hand sanitizer that they carry around, and Coach Olvera will be one as well. Yes, ma'am.
Kim, if I may, we've ordered, well, I don't know how she can see it, but we've
Over
ordered
here.
gallons.
Take it over there to the,
Okay.
Here, let me hold that. You go talk.
We've ordered those gallons of hand sanitizer, and this has been proven to kill the COVID. We're gonna provide those for every single classroom, the whole gallon. The only thing that gallon doesn't have is a little pump, and we already bought those. So we'll be putting the little pumps, we'll give them to band, we'll give them to athletics. Everybody's gonna have them, okay? So as far as custodial maintenance staff, or sanitation staff, whatever you wanna call us, every classroom and every office will have one of those. And we already have enough to give everybody one, and it's a whole gallon, and we have ordered more, we have more in stock, so if they run out, all they gotta do is let us know, we'll give them more.
Well, let's just make sure Coach realizes that and does not require his athletes to bring their own.
Yes, ma'am.
We do have 8-ounce refill containers for hand sanitizer that we have distributed throughout the weight room, so that if we do need to move extras, if I need to take it out to cross country, take it out to football, we refill them as needed with the 1 gallon. So, and I do have extra bottles, empty bottles.
Great. Well, maybe we can just make him modify his plan to show that hand sanitizer will be provided by our
Yes, ma'am.
because I'm just quoting what it was in his plan.
Okay, will do.
Coach Silva, also on going back to those temperature checks, we've talked about the athlete checks, but do you have a system in place for coaches?
Yes.
Something to where they're not checking their own temperature,
Right.
something where,
I've got a trainer up there that does that.
perfect.
I'm included on it. I thought I wasn't, but
Perfect.
that didn't happen. But yes. But yes, sir. We check it. Yes, sir.
Any more questions? We'll move on to volleyball.
thank you, Coach.
Good evening, Dr. Seals and the Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of volleyball and the athletic department. We are ready. Please give our coaching staff a chance and give our athletes and parents a choice. We will take every safety precaution necessary to keep our athletes safe. We will follow the previous guidelines of strength and conditioning, COVID-19 athletic plan, and the following gym guidelines for practice and games Some of these guidelines might sound repetitive, but at this point in time, a basic routine will be established and followed. NMS and CHS gym will be used for practice and games to help limit numbers for social distancing. I know y'all all have the practice schedule or practice protocols. The only thing I kind of wanted to add, if this does get approved or when it gets approved, when we use the NMS gym, I've already spoken to Dr. Jurasic, and we'll be entering from the back entrance by the field area. That way we're not going into the main area of the school. This is for practice for high school.
Okay.
On the temperature checks, Mr. Ayala, I know you've been asking this question. We will check it. We do have a COVID screen questionnaire, the QR code. We are going to use that, so it will be tracked. If they have 100 temperature, then they won't be practicing. I know Trainer Lutz will be busy probably with football. I've already told her that I will help her with the temperature checks with the volleyball and cross country or whoever needs those checked. She checks mine, and then I can check the others. As far as junior high, when they start, it'll be when school starts on September 21st. Other than that, y'all have everything in front of you. I don't know if y'all have any other questions.
Coach, has your volleyball schedule been modified, changed in any way?
Yes, ma'am. District actually started tonight for the girls, so we're going to miss tonight's game, Friday's game, and Tuesday's game if y'all approve this for tomorrow, because we're going to start practice tomorrow if it gets approved tonight. So the first game we can actually play is on September 18th. And I have not given out a schedule because I've had to make adjustments. I have one ready for tomorrow if we do start, because we would have to play Friday the 18th and Saturday the 19th to make up for this game
Okay.
tonight.
That was my next question. Will you be able to make up these games?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
as far as I know.
Let me just point out one thing, the schedule that Ms. Garcia is talking about, where we're gonna have to make up those games, those are already included in the transportation plan. So we already have those covered, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Coach Garcia, I just had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On what did you mean by 2 tickets for administration? Wouldn't that be able to give it to the kids first, or?
Well, I just put that on there if y'all wanted to do that, just because in the past we have given out like to the board members, to admin.
Yeah.
I
no.
just put that on there. That's not necessarily a have to.
Okay.
I
yeah,
just put
'cause
it on there.
I would really like to have it open for our
Right.
kids that
Yes,
would like
ma'am.
to have it first.
Yes,
you know.
ma'am.
I
Yeah.
think that's going to be discussed.
Yeah.
in the
That's fine. I just know because it was
next
on the.
action item.
Yeah,
It was on here.
yeah. I just put it on there just in case.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Everything else looks good for me. I don't know about anybody else.
You good, Kim?
Any other questions?
Ms. Hoff, any questions? Scott? Okay, we'll move on to football. Coach Silva will be presenting that.
Okay, I'm looking at the one which says Cotulla Cowboys High School and Junior High return to practice play plan for athletes, coaches, and staff. Again, I know you all have copies there. Again, the early, right now, we're just trying to minimize locker room situations right now. And so we have a little system that we put in place that we're going to plan on doing. Based on where the kids sit in their locker room, they all have their lockers that they pick. We will have them in groups lined up with a coach designated to have them there. And it'll be based on where they sit, one seat, skip 2, the next one. But we'll base it on that and their groups so that they're not going to be sitting dressing next to anyone. Right now, the groups are going to be roughly at about 7 to 8 that we can get in the locker rooms. Once we start in person and if we do get started, we'll be able to implement 3 locker rooms with that same situation, meaning there's a varsity locker room, there's a JV locker room, and there's an off-season locker room because off-season young men and women will also be a part of it during the athletic period.
Coach Silva.
Okay.
You can hold it if you want.
It's okay. You don't.
Yeah.
But, so, again, any questions on anything on the, I know it's like Coach said, we repeated some of this stuff in 3 pages there in terms of the plan.
Coach Silva,
Yes, sir.
how long do you need for your athletes to be conditioned?
But the thing about our young men right now, they know what we've been they've been faced with, and a lot of them have continued to work out. The younger ones, I don't think are as disciplined right now, so it'll take them a little longer. But you know, if we were allowed to get started, right now we're not going to play any non-district games.
Yeah.
Scrimmages, anything of that nature. Our only shot was Crystal City. They picked up a scrimmage with another school that was allowed to start. And so our first game, we're only going to play district schedule, kind of the girls volleyball. Yes, sir. And so that would be October the 9th. And that gives us roughly about a month that I think we'll be okay. We'll be fine.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Coach Silva, I have a question for you. On this condition, and it's going to be limited contact. Is that correct?
That's what we usually do, and that's
Yeah.
never changed. Now, football's football. I will tell you that, Mr. Ramirez, in that defensive football, it's still you still got to tackle.
Well, I know that. I mean,
But
but
what I'm getting at, I've never changed. My philosophy on that is that we try to keep our young men as injury-free as possible before Friday night. So our contact, because you're only limited to 90 minutes a week on contact. And our contact is mainly through the defensive side of it. Offensively, it's more assignment football.
I got you.
So yes, sir, we're going to limit the contact, and even more so now, it's probably going to be limited more during this time. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Coach Silva?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Ramirez, I might ask if you would please allow me to ask Coach Garcia a question, because I could not hear anything she said, and I didn't hear you ask if there were any questions. But I'll ask my questions to Coach Silva first, and then see if you will allow me to talk to Susan 1 minute. But I just want to understand, and I want people to understand, that if we start practice right now, it only impacts one game, because you would be able to play Jourdanton, correct? You would have 2 weeks to get ready to play Jourdanton, and it's the 2 weeks that are required?
Actually, ma'am, Ms. Hawk, our first game would be October the 9th versus Marion.
So does UIL only require you to practice for 2 weeks prior to playing a game?
Actually, it's a 1 week of strength conditioning and the sports specific. It's 1 week of helmet, short shoulder pads, basically shorts, t-shirt. The third week we can go pads, but we can only scrimmage, which by date, if we were allowed to start between now and Monday, we would, that October the 2nd would be a scrimmage date for us, of which we can't find one. So we would,
Yeah, currently
our
it's
game
open.
would be the 9th, October 9th, yes, ma'am. So in a sense, it's 3 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, we lost you.
One for us on the schedule.
Yeah.
Say it again, Kim.
October 2nd is open on our football schedule, so I was thinking that if it was only 2 weeks, regardless, I think when we start will be.
We lost you.
She's not talking. She's thinking.
We lost you, Kim.
We lost you, Kim.
It's raining here,
Good.
which is good, but that's gonna mean my internet's gonna, yeah.
Call in.
Do you have me, Coach Silva?
I hear you, yes, ma'am.
So if we started on extracurricular activities on September the 21st, would you still be able to play the October 9th game against Marion?
No, ma'am.
It would be the following week?
Yes, ma'am. And that,
Okay.
because they've already set up they call it a COVID schedule, and they pretty much accommodated Cotula, and therefore the schedule can't be moved around anymore. And so, yes, ma'am,
So, Coach Silva, how many, they practice, what, how many hours a week will will the boys be, and the
We're
girls
allowed
be practicing?
the rule, 8 hours a week.
That's
And
it?
That's it.
Well, they're not gonna be together very long then, huh?
No, sir.
Huh, well, I'll be dang.
And on a normal season, there's times that we haven't had to go that far, especially as the season goes, but during this time, we will maximize it right now, yes, sir.
Thank you. Any more questions for Coach Silva?
I have a question. So, let's say the board does approve for extracurricular activities to begin tomorrow. You and your coaches, are y'all ready?
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you have something in place to bring them boys in tomorrow to start temperature checks, pre-screenings?
Yes, we're just waiting for the trainer to send it.
So-
Start getting the symptom checker paperwork that we did, the same one that we did during strength conditioning.
How many boys would you be expecting tomorrow?
We still got some that who paperwork still a big one right now.
More or less,
So my
you're
guess
thinking-
right now is going to be about 30.
It's 30?
That's my guess.
Okay. So would that would consist of, say, your varsity team and a JV football team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions for Coach Silva? I know, Kim, you have a question for Coach Garcia. Any more questions for Coach Silva? Thank you very much, Coach Silva. There
Yes,
she
ma'am.
is.
Coach Garcia. Hi, Coach Garcia.
Hi, ma'am.
Hopefully the rain won't interfere, but I couldn't hear any of your presentation, but I've read your plans and I'm fine with them. My question to you is regarding your schedule. If we started on September the 21st, if you started practice on September the 21st, because currently you've only missed 5 district games, would you be able to play Natalia on the 29th based on your UIL regulations?
We would start, that would be the last part of the first half of district, and yes, we would be able to play Natalia, but then that's going to have us playing every week 3 games a week. So if we start tomorrow, we'll only have to make up 3 games compared to 6 games. Did you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's pretty tough for y'all, Coach.
It's-
If you don't get started very
If we don't
quickly,
get
you're
started
gonna miss
tomorrow,
half
it's
the
going to be
season gone.
very tough. Yes, sir.
Doesn't sound
Any
safe.
more questions?
No, it doesn't
Am
sound
I
safe.
correct, though, Ms. Garcia, that UIL will not count it as a forfeit for if you miss a district game? It's not counted as a forfeit?
It's not a forfeit, but we're subjecting our kids to playing 3 games a week,
Yeah.
which is probably not a safe thing to do, but we are ready to do it because we've already told our kids if that's what happens, we're going to do it, and so we're ready to do it if we have to. But I would love for us to be able to get started tomorrow because I feel like we're ready. We've told the kids today that we're going to let them know tonight by Google Classroom, our Facebook page, and I only had 3 kids say that they would not be there tomorrow. So that was pretty good out of 50.
Wow.
And one last, I keep saying one last question. Will the students that are on campus, they are not going, and I should have asked Coach Silva, but you're assistant, so I'm going to ask you, you're up there. They are not going to be allowed to roam the campus, go anywhere into the other buildings. They will be coming to practice and being dismissed from practice in an order that keeps everyone safe, but not go around on the campus.
Correct. We are going to have them come in. They are not even going to use the dressing rooms. They are going to come dressed, ready to go to practice. As soon as we finish practice, we're going to dismiss them, and we're going to make sure that they leave the gym to their car to go home to shower and wash their gear.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
there was, this is an action item. There were some concerns, at the last meeting on transportation, and also, some concerns at our campuses. If there's no objection to the board, before we take, action on item A, could we go ahead and get that transportation done, Mr. Vela?
So we're skipping to item C.
I'll have, Jeanette stand it and send it to you after the meeting. 'Cause I can't show you at home, maybe Dr. Fields can put it up there.
Take a picture with your phone, somebody.
Thank you.
Mr. President, is this item C? Is this item C?
Ma'am?
Is this item C that we're going to? Okay,
We're
thank
gonna
you.
skip it before we take action on,
Okay.
on the.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, Dr. Seals, members of the board, what you have in front of you is actually the schedule of our routes, okay? And as you can see, just from Ensenal, we're gonna use 77 passengers, it says 72, but there's 77 passenger buses, okay? The items highlighted in green, those are your middle school and high school bus routes, and those will come in at 9 o'clock. The ones in yellow, which is all the children that are coming into the elementaries, they will be coming in at 7:30. So we were able to keep the 7:30, or the 8 o'clock start time for the elementary and 9 o'clock for the high school. Now, having said that, we may have to adjust 5 minutes, 10 minutes, one way or the other, once we get started and we get the exact numbers. But we got it worked out as far as the routes are concerned, based on all the kids that have registered to date, okay? So, if someone decides they don't want to send their kid and they want to stay home, then that's going to be one less kid we're going to have to transport, okay? If someone comes in, then it's going to be one more we're going to have to transport. So it's still going to be working as we go along. The other part to this is based on making up the games. If the kids come back tomorrow, which I sat with Coach Garcia, Coach Silva, we worked out the schedule to where we will be able to transport all our volleyball players and all our football teams, including junior high, to their games, and also the junior high volleyball teams, okay? We worked it out, we're able to do it, but let's say something happens and we have to add another bus, and something, we don't have the drivers, or my drivers get sick, or something happens, there's always charter buses, okay? Now, keep in mind that in our budget, we put extra money, a little bit of extra money in there for these type of things, so we can accommodate our kids, okay? So, we're, like I said, worst case scenario, if we can't handle it, it may be that the varsity may have to go on a charter bus for that game, for that night. But as of right now, with the personnel that we have, and we do have extra bus drivers that we can utilize if we have to, okay? We are covered as far as co-curricular and as far as our school routes. We have the buses, we have the drivers. Like I said, we are gonna have to tweak it once we get started, but right now, we have it planned to where we're gonna be able to do it. And like I said, this is just the routes to bring in the school. The other routes that I have are for the co-curricular, those are already planned, and the drivers and everything. The only thing that's gonna change a little bit, and I'll be honest with you guys, is the drivers, okay? And what I mean by that is, like, let's say we have a driver that's gonna go out on a Tuesday night, okay? Well, on a Friday night, may have another driver taking that route out of town so he can kind of balance out the hours, okay? So not one driver's always gonna get all the most hours, you know what I mean? So we balance out. So we'll say, for instance, you're gonna drive on Tuesday night out of town, and you're gonna get an extra 4 or 5 hours because of your route driving. Well, Friday, I may put you on the city route and let you go home at 5, and you're gonna go out of town and pick up those hours. And we just try to balance it out, so everybody kind of gets the same amount of hours, and we help people like that. And it's also, we have some drivers that don't wanna go out of town, so we don't utilize it, okay? Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Vela? Okay, nope. We'll move on, to item D, update on campus concerns regarding reopening the schools. Dr. Shields? Yes. No,
All the presentations?
it's not a agenda, it's not, we're not that, it's just for discussion. Dr. Shields, that's for discussion only, right?
Consider to schedule start of the following extracurricular activities.
No, she's asking about voting for item A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is all part of it, Raquel. It's tied into, you know, everything has been presented already. And we're gonna go back to it after we hear, item C and D. We'll go back to it and then we'll vote on it.
An individual.
We can do it individually
Okay.
or together, whatever the board wishes, but no, it's part of it. It all ties it in together, transportation. Plus, we had a lot of concerns about, some concerns at the campuses and the gym, and, being as part of what we're fixing to vote on, we need to hear it first.
Okay.
Okay? Dr. Shields?
We're on item D.
Yes.
Okay.
B as in boy?
D is in dog.
Doggy.
Okay, so we're doing B last? Because we didn't talk about the football stadium, high school gym, and middle
We'll
school.
do that after we vote on item A, Raquel.
Okay, okay.
You're confused, I know.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
The campus concerns,
kid.
I think you have been sent some information regarding the campus concerns in your packet, and along with what the concerns were from the board meeting before last that was mentioned, and then the response to some of those concerns. And so, are there any outstanding concerns? And if so, we might want to get input from the principals about that. But Mr. Ayala and I went over to the high school this afternoon, and it was cold in the gym. And I'm not sure that, according to Dr. Norris, that all of the systems are functioning efficiently and up to speed, but it was cold in the gym. And so, I think for our purposes at this point, it's adequate.
Good to go on the gym.
Yeah.
Just to give you clarification on that, we had 6 units out, okay? All 6 were out. They repaired them over the weekend, but 3 of them, the blowers coming in Thursday, and they'll be fixed Thursday afternoon. So right now, we're running 3, which is still cool. If you get 100 people or whatever in there, it'll get a little warm, but it won't get hot.
Yeah.
But the blowers are already scheduled to come in on Thursday. As soon as they get in, we'll repair it, and we'll be up and running.
Okay.
The weather's gonna be on our side as well, hopefully.
I hope so, or a change.
Right.
Okay. Did you say, Doc, Doc, that you wanted to hear from our principals?
I thought it might be appropriate to
In case
do
there's
so.
any questions?
Yeah.
Dr. Norris, would you like to lead us off?
Better talk to this one or this one?
Both.
Both?
That one.
What questions do you have,
Try either.
folks?
Well, before you said all the AC units were not all operable.
Right.
And so, there are some still out in the classroom wings.
We've got one of them out in our library. We've got 2 units there, only one of them's working. Parts are ordered, they just hadn't come in yet. That's building I.
Okay.
And then everything else is up and running. And Mr. Vela gave you an update on what's going on with the gym.
Uh-huh.
So right now, everything's looking okay for ACs.
Are there any concerns that have emerged this last week regarding being prepared to begin school or extracurricular activities, either one?
No, sir, not that we haven't. I think we've got things covered.
The commodes in the bathroom, we're good to go now? That's all. We saw.
Well, the one restroom that Coach Garcia was talking about the other day, which is located next to our office there, The drain line is open. It's got a little shift in it, I guess. So when paper products go down there, they have a tendency to hang up if there's a number of them. And what Fernando is going to do is run a balloon through there once a week to be sure it doesn't plug up, and keep it unplugged until they can get that actually repaired. They're looking right now to actually go in and repair it either over Thanksgiving or Christmas, because it's going to require taking out that sidewalk to get down to that line and repair it and then put concrete back over it. It's going to be a 2 to 3 week job. So they want to try to hit it when it's over one of the holidays.
And I guess the only other thing you had on there was missing gym seats, the
They're in
missing
the
gym
process
seats.
of being repaired. And again, I think it amounts to a total of, it may reduce our seating capacity under 6 foot spacing by 6 to 8 seats with those being out. A number of them are still usable. They've got cracks in them. There's one row though that there's like 4 seats that are missing. They're totally gone. So they're gonna have to go in there and actually replace that short row.
Maybe just comment that those have already been ordered. They'll be here Friday and repaired either Friday afternoon or Monday morning.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions for Dr. Norris?
I do.
Go ahead, Raquel.
I noticed that you have your staff checking their temperatures at home. So you're saying that they're not being checked at work.
No, we want them to check them at home to be sure that they're not gonna come to school with something already. So if they discover they've got 100 or plus at home, they can go ahead and call us and don't even have to show up. When they come on campus, they're checking them again, and we're entering in their temperatures.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
So going back to checking them on campus, I know I saw the proposal, and you're gonna utilize a 3 check-in point for students. And that's great. But as far as staff, how are you working that out? And my next question is gonna be, how are you doing it right now, currently?
Right now, we're having staff check themselves and enter in that document. We don't have a problem at all with doing the buddy system type thing like you were alluding to a little earlier.
Yeah.
So that way, like you said, it takes the guesswork out of it. And somebody coming back say, well, shoot, we know you're gonna put in 98.6 or something under 100, you know? And that's, we go on the honor system, but in this case, it's probably not necessarily the best thing to do, just to be sure everybody's covered.
So going back to this proposal, is there a way we can actually do this prior to the staff or students coming onto campus?
Well, if they're at home, no. I mean, we don't have a buddy system to check them at home.
Well, they're gonna check it at home, but once, let's say they're good, they're under 100, so they drive to work, they get off their car, and now they're gonna have to go through some sort of check-in, am I correct?
We can have them come through the checkpoints just like we normally have.
Perfect.
And either Miss Miranda can check them in Building I, whoever we have on the gate there, we can check them when they come through there.
Perfect, that'll be great.
Sure.
Just to make sure that it gets done, because, and I'm not saying one would come to work infected, but let's just say one staff or student would slip through the cracks. By the time that student or staff member comes through the gate, goes through the library, says hello to a few staff members, goes to the classroom, you know, you start to think with this contagious virus that's out right now, could he or she possibly have infected someone else? So, you know, it'd be good to possibly get that temperature and document it prior to going into the campus.
I don't see any issue with
Thank you, sir.
creating something like that. And I want y'all to understand too, when these kiddos are showing up on campus, because we've got only 3 points, they're gonna be choke points, all right? So what we're doing when they come through those points is we are checking temperatures on all kids, and we're only setting aside the ones that have 100 or higher, all right? And they're gonna go on to their class, and their teachers are gonna retake them then and enter them in individually by their names. The checkpoints is to weed out those that we see that are 100 degrees temperature or higher. Otherwise, we would have bottlenecks big time if you got 30 or 40 kiddos coming in through one place and you're trying to read them, get their name on the list, enter in their temperature, and then let them go on in. It's just gonna be boom, you're okay, boom, you're okay, boom, you're okay. Oop, you got 100 or more, you stand over here. We're gonna get to you in a minute.
No,
we'll
and,
get them to the nurse.
and I think I understand what you're saying. I know that it shows that you're gonna do the students, but we gotta make sure that the staff
Staff
also
too,
does it.
yeah.
Okay? And please, I know that we're gonna expect our kids, and I'm talking about all campuses, expect our kids to wear the masks, follow the social distancing, 6 feet apart. The staff needs to be the role models.
Sure.
Because that's where it's gonna start from, okay? That's all I have to say. That's gonna be for everybody.
I totally agree with you on that.
Thank you.
We can't demand anything of the kids that we're not gonna do ourselves.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Anything else?
They covered it for me, thank you.
Okay. Thank y'all.
Good. Thank you very much. Dr. Jurasik?
Good evening, everyone. I had just a couple of concerns that were brought up at the last meeting, and one of which was the faucets in the restrooms and how when you press them, they only run for a short time. And having spoken with Mr. Vela and Mr. Gonzalez, head of maintenance, they said that those are adjustable, but because they are older, they might not be as easily adjusted as they were previously. So therefore, they were going to check those out and see if they still have enough adjustability, if that's a word. And then we will look at possibly replacing some. What I recommended was if we have to replace, just replace one in each bathroom because we're going to only be allowing one student per restroom. And that would save time for maintenance as well as expense at this time. And they both thought that was a dual, possible solution. The other that was brought up was room capacity here on campus. We are making calls again to parents because now we have a more solid outline of what we're going to be doing, asking, are you, for sure, could you give us a commitment for the, 100% remote, 100% here, or coming on our AB schedule. So we're still gathering those numbers. My paraprofessionals have been doing an awesome job calling. They have a script that they're following as they ask parents to be sure we ask the same questions. They're coming back with some, concerns and questions from parents that we hadn't thought about, which is very helpful to us as well. So we are still in that process. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have it completed so I can see my numbers better.
Dr. Jurasik,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
bringing up the bathrooms, I'm concerned how the bathroom, you're only allowing one student per bathroom. And how is that, and I'm not talking just about Newman Middle, I'm not talking just about your campus, I'm talking about on all campuses, if maybe the administrators can address this. How will bathroom monitoring, how will that be monitored that, one child, because, if Ms. Whitwell's teaching a class and I'm teaching a class and she has a student that needs to go and I have a student that needs to go, and they both go to the bathroom at the same time, how is that going to be monitored? Because in reality, to think that kiddos won't mingle in the bathroom, I think we're not being very realistic.
Yes, ma'am. We have thought that through as well. I plan to have the bathrooms monitored in each hallway by an individual, possibly at this point a substitute. I have called and contacted several, and they are willing to help me out, just like we would for testing, where we have someone there. They only allow one in. They're monitoring who's in, who's out, and have spots outside the restroom. We already have our dots by some of them where they will stand to wait, and so that we can ensure that only one person is there at a time.
Thank you. Dr. Norris, you're going to have a lot of substitutes on your campus if you are going to be doing the same thing. I should have asked you that question while you were up there. With all those different buildings.
Dr. Jurasik, let me say.
We're not gonna let them go to the restroom.
Dr. Jurasik.
I wish I could have heard that. I need a giggle.
I said, we're not gonna let them go to the restroom.
They're not gonna let them go to the bathroom, Kim.
No.
Sir,
Do what?
you gotta talk there.
They can't go to the restroom. We're not gonna let them.
Kim,
That sounds like a solid plan.
Hold on, Ms. Whitwell's got something.
Not a good one.
Kim, I wish that you could maybe stop by. I have not seen all the buildings, but I can say that the signage that I've seen here at Newman is really very good. And I think that I'm sure that it's the same way at all of our campuses, so if you have a minute and you're in town, drop by before the kids come in tomorrow. No, just teasing. Did you hear any of that, Kim?
No, just.
Not a word.
Yeah, the microphone. Mr.
Okay.
Just-
I said the signage is good. Stop by and look at it.
That doesn't help me with the bathroom issue at all.
Well, you don't get to go anyway.
Seriously, some of the things that we're going to continually, I guess, nag our kiddos about is that when they're crossing the campuses, going to, from one building to the other, to their classes, they need to self-monitor themselves, social distancing, try not to bunch up. We're gonna be out there watching them and probably getting on them more than once and probably every day. And we're also going to be making announcements over the PA system that when you do go to the restroom, if you see there's somebody in there, you wait outside until that person comes out. Short of having, like you said, a lot of subs on campus for all of our buildings, we're gonna try the mature honor system to get them to follow through with that. And I know there's gonna be some that don't. And it may not be that they're being malicious or anything. When they gotta go, they gotta go. And there's somebody else in there and they just gotta go. But we have a lot of very mature young men and women, and that's gonna be a responsibility that we're gonna try to impress on them to uphold, and we'll address those that don't.
I got most of that, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for Dr. Drossik real quick. I'm so sorry to.
Yes, sir, no problem. Yes, sir.
Can you run me through your temperature checking current right now with staff here with virtual learning?
Yes, sir. In the mornings, Nurse Ruiz gets here early, and she is at the door. And then also my attendance clerk is at a desk inside the door. Nurse stands out at the door opening. And as employees come in, of course, we automatically are trained. We wait our 6 feet apart out on the patio there. She takes our temperature, she calls out our temperature, and my attendance clerk writes it down. And that's what we do for each person coming. Everyone enters this door. No one enters the back anymore or the side doors as we used to. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Jurasik and Dr. Norris and the rest of our principals.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that we could possibly get by without having that addressed, depending on what Dr. Shields wants to do, but what's y'all's take right now on these UIL or extracurricular activities that when we return to school, if these kids have to return in order to participate to campus? What's your take right now on that? What do you think on it? Do you think, if they decide to go ahead and start, say, football example, and 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now, school starts, they said, well, we're going to do it virtual. What's your take on it?
So you're asking me if I think they should, if they're participating in activities, if they should be in attendance at school, on campus?
Yes.
In many ways, it makes sense that they would be, because if they are already taking the risk, I say that with my sense of the word risk, of being in a group and participating, then why would they not be in a group on my campus and participate in learning? That's just my personal take on that.
Yeah, that's what I want.
And from a professional standpoint, it doesn't weigh the same to me as if you're willing to do that, why wouldn't you be willing to come to the classroom? Considering we're having all the safety precautions we can in place.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, on my opinion on that, if you're going to be involved in extracurriculars, you need to be on campus learning. And the way that we can address students right now, if y'all vote to allow our extracurriculars to start tomorrow or sometime in the very, very near future, we would ask our students that are athletes and say, are you going to come in person or are you going to remain virtual? And if they're going to remain virtual, then they stay home. If they're saying, yeah, when we get the opportunity to come back on the 21st or whatever day it is for on campus learning, I'm going to be there. So, okay, we're going to put you in this list. You're in extracurriculars. And if y'all let them come in earlier, then they'll go ahead and start their practices because we know that they're going to be there on campus when we open up.
Yeah.
And those that say no, we're going to be virtual, they're not going to be coming to these practices.
Thank you very much, Doc. Ms. Perkins?
Some nice rain.
Mm-hmm.
Nice rain.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Seals, both of them.
Yeah, please speak up.
Good evening, Dr. Seals, President, board members. Do you all have any questions about the concerns that I had? Because I think I answered all of them for you.
Yeah.
And again, last week when I brought you the concerns, it was because my staff had some concerns. In no way was I saying that we are not ready to open. We are ready. We've been ready since this summer. We put out a plan this summer and presented it to the community. So we're ready, but we had some concerns, and that's all that was. So, do you all have any questions for me?
The only question I had, you said that you were going to use the water fountains for the kids. Is it?
No.
Was it? No, that wasn't you.
No, that was me,
That was y'all.
because that's what we were told we were going to do.
Okay.
Mr. Vela had expressed that it was too short of a time to get the water filling, so he was just going to put the pressure, raise the pressure, and they were going to be able to fill their bottles with the water fountains.
They were going to fill them up with their hands?
Well, I totally understand that, but that's what we were told was going to happen.
Okay.
If I may, we spoke about it, and even if we get the ones that you refill the bottle, there's still a spout, and you're not going to stop the kids from putting it up against there and filling it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because on most of those instances, we have two water fountains together. We're going to shut one off, okay, and leave the other one running. What we're wanting to do is, and they've already gone through all the campuses, is increase the pressure so it comes out far enough to where the child can put a bottle underneath. That way there's no danger of them touching it up against anything, okay?
But when they press
But when they press the button, okay, here's the hand. What we're planning on doing, those big gallons hand sanitizer, is putting it right next to the water fountain. So he pushes it, fills it, gets a squirt, vámonos.
Got it.
So that was kind of the plan that we wanted to put in place. And right now, like I said, that'll get us to where we need to be to start. And then we're going to look around and see what other districts are doing and try to get some ideas from them also. But this will be good enough for us to protect our kids.
Don't go yet.
Okay.
The transportation, Mr. Villa, the transportation, I saw that the bus drivers were going to test the children before they got on the bus. Okay. My concern is the bus driver is the one under DOT, is the one responsible of making sure that there's nothing happens outside the buses, because I was a bus driver, that's why I'm saying it. I had people that was your police officer. When the stop comes out, they still continue driving. Now my concern is, and they're not part of that ratio, child staff ratio, to be counted to be able to stop 1 second and do it, because it takes 1 second for a car to pass either this way or this way. Is there a plan that maybe they can go into an area away from the store?
We have to be real careful, because you cannot go into private property.
Okay.
With our buses. Okay. Most of the stops are, and I can't guarantee you, but I can pretty much tell you that most of the stops are to the point where they're on the side, they open the door, and the street is on the opposite side.
Mhm.
Okay. Most of the kids, like in the plaza and those kind of places, they're already at a spot. Okay, so once the bus gets there, he parks, opens the door, the stoplight goes out on the other side, okay? There's no way he's gonna stop the people from passing. If they're gonna pass, they're gonna pass. The only thing we've asked our bus drivers to do is, if it happens, we need to report it so we can call DPS, we can call the sheriff's department and say, look, this is happening, we need to monitor it. I mean, that's all we can do as far as, stopping them from doing it. But tomorrow morning, we have a meeting already with Ms. Ayala, and we're gonna bring in all the bus drivers, and we're gonna go through the protocol, the safety protocol, how they're gonna do it. And there are gonna be questions of, what if he runs a little high, what are we gonna do, those, but Ms. Ayala's gonna address those tomorrow. Right now, we're already running the special ed bus, and they're following the protocol of temperature taking and all that. So whatever Ms. Ayala recommends tomorrow, then that's the procedure we're gonna follow.
And just to be, like you said, there's a group. It's gonna take a while by the time they get in.
Keep in
So-
mind, there's only 13 kids.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
I know.
Remember, and what's gonna happen, like where we have big clusters, the buses are gonna come, and you're gonna have 3 or 4 buses in line. There's only gonna be 13 kids in each section.
Okay,
Okay, and then that's all they're gonna do. They're gonna monitor those 13 kids. And also the buses will be taped off. So we're gonna have tape off the seats that they cannot get in. So we've already got that covered. Also, as soon as we drop off the kids, all the bus drivers have 10 minutes to go through the bus, clean, and that's what we're gonna go through with Ms. Ayala tomorrow. What parts do they have to clean? And then they take off on the next route. Most of those bus drivers are gonna run double. They're gonna run a 7:30 route, and then they're gonna run the later route. Okay, so just so we know.
okay, I just want to clarify that I am a little nervous about that, but if they have a
Mr.
plan, go ahead.
Mr. Vela,
Yes, ma'am.
don't walk away.
Sure.
Sorry.
That's
Talking
okay.
about transportation and what you're gonna go through with, what Ms. Ayala and y'all will be discussing with the bus drivers and so forth tomorrow morning. If we approve to start extracurricular activities tomorrow, kids will be bused. Are we not ready to bus those students since they have not gone through the protocol and the bus drivers don't know what they need to do?
Yes, we'll get them ready, whatever it takes. Even if I have to go there at 5 in the morning, talk to them, and it's just a
Talking to the
protocol.
little mic.
Yes, we will be ready. If they tell us we have to pick them up at a certain time, we'll go through the protocol and let them know. It's not a hard protocol of checking the temperature and so forth. If we're talking about the ins and out kids, they already know. All the bus drivers know. All the bus drivers know the protocol. What we're doing tomorrow is just reassuring, okay? They know the protocol. We have special ed already going and those type of things. Ms. Hassel already is aware of the protocol that we have to follow. So what we will do, if we start tomorrow, are we starting in the morning for anybody? Yeah, we're not starting until the afternoon tomorrow, Kim, if you approve it. Everybody will start in the afternoon. So by the time they get there, everybody will go through the protocol more than one time. Okay? Yes?
You good with it, Kim? Did you hear it all?
No.
Kim?
I did not hear it all, but
Okay.
that's
She
my
can't
own
see
fault.
you, so
I'm not there
just
in person.
speak straight to that mic, and she can't see you
Dennis,
anyway.
this Scott, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, couple of things, 'cause my phone's starting to cut out real bad. It's thundering down here. Before I lose y'all, I think that as far as you're talking about bathrooms earlier, what's wrong with putting locks on the doors? That'll save you having to tie up a bunch of people. And the other thing is, I just want to make sure that we do get it on the agenda for next meeting to revisit this, whether they're online or in person, and being able to participate. And just in case I lose you all, which I'm probably going to here shortly, from listening to what the doctors had to say and things, I would vote yes for letting the athletics and all extracurricular activities start tomorrow.
Thank
Kim?
you, Scott.
Hello?
Appreciate it.
Kim, just to go back to your question, can you hear me? No, she can't hear me.
Can you hear Kim?
I heard you.
Help talk on mine.
That little mic
Hang
is
on.
the one that, well, evidently it's not working either.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yes, I can.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Kim, okay. Okay, anyway, that's okay, I'll just talk to this one. Okay, I already talked to Coach Silva and Coach Garcia. The practices tomorrow will start in the afternoon, okay? So by the time that comes, we'll have already retrained everybody again, and everybody will be ready and we'll set it all up. So there is no danger of them right now going out being unprepared, if that's what you were asking.
And the hand sanitizer that's going to be next to the water refill station, you said y'all are planning on putting them in, so are they not in already?
We just got in the spouts, Kim, to put, you know, the little, we have the gallon bottles, but we didn't have the little pumps. We just got them in today, so we're gonna install them and pass them out by tomorrow, everybody will have it. But the buses already have them, the buses are already taken care of.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Any more questions for Ms. Perkins?
Ms. Perkins, I have a question.
Oh,
Yes.
First of all, my hat's off to you and Mrs. Adams for covering RBE and RBE West. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine having to have those responsibilities. And I was going over your back to school plan, and it speaks for itself as far as the students, but as far as the staff, can you run me through the way the staff is going to be getting their temperatures checked?
Well, every morning, my secretary stands in the front of the doors and checks everybody's temperature before they go in. Now, is it being documented? No, not at this time, but if that's what you want us to do, we'll do it. It wasn't recommended by the nurse or anybody, so we haven't been doing that. They do get their temperatures checked every time they go off campus. If they go to restaurants at lunchtime, they come back and they get their temperature checked. And they sanitize.
Dr. Seals, is it something we have to approve and just to establish some type of uniform way of doing it throughout the district, or is it something that we can just have our campus administrators do to document the temperatures of staff?
We can do it.
Just do it?
I think somebody ought to talk to the nurse.
yeah, that'd be a good question for Nurse Ayala.
Yeah. Well, I'm fixing to get to her. And so not to get off track here, I'm blushing, but and this is the way it's being done also at RBE West, right?
Yes.
There's somebody there checking temperatures of staff coming in.
We don't have anybody assigned over there to check temperatures. We've asked, because it's just teachers over there at this time. We're asking them to self-monitor. I know we brought it up to Dr. Norris one time to maybe have Miss Gonzalez, the secretary at the dual credit part. Well, I don't even know if she's a secretary. She's there with Miss Crisp or Miss Canales, but I don't think it's ever been done.
Yeah.
So at this point, because there are no students over there at West, we're just allowing the teachers to self-monitor. But when students do come back, we have some people assigned over here that will be monitoring and documenting everything.
Okay. And that'll be done before they enter the building, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
In fact, we're trying to get, for the students, we're trying to get them at the car, because we don't even want them to get off of the car if they have 100 degrees. And everybody in that car is gonna have to go. So if they have younger siblings, they're not gonna be allowed to come on campus as well.
Well, God willing, we're less than 2 weeks out from September 21st. If it's okay with you, I think it'd be great to kind of start, just start the uniformity now on all campuses, RBE West, and just to get everybody's temperature checked, and just to be extra careful. We've come so close, and like Dr. Roth mentioned earlier, we just don't want to have that break in the system, and thank you so much.
We do have a Miss Ayala, Nurse Ayala did create a document, a Google Doc that teachers are going to use, and I mentioned it in our plan, that teachers are going to use to write down or document the kids' temperatures, and then she will get it to monitor as well. So the teachers will input, and it'll be shared with Ms. Ayala and Nurse Ayala and Nurse Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Anything else for Ms.?
Yes, Ms. Perkins? I know that there are walkers on all the campuses, but, to your knowledge, will the release of walkers be staggered unless they are in the same family? You know, will you, I'm not saying that they can't run and catch up to their friend or their buddy, but will we stagger the walkers on release?
Well, the plan is that we release the walkers. I don't know, I'm sure we'll stagger them. I haven't really discussed that with Miss Adams, because we don't know how many walkers there are, and if they are walkers, they're groups of families. We have, none of our pre-K and kinder through first grade walk. They have to walk with a sibling. We're gonna have second and third grade on the Tilden side. So we're hoping that parents make arrangements for that. And of course, we have fourth and fifth, so the number of walkers will probably decrease because we have 3 different locations.
Thank you. Dr. Seals, is Dr. Roth still on?
Yes, yes, he is.
Dr. Roth, do you know if they're, I know that some states are doing, are testing their students and staff. And then I heard, I can't remember from which coach or someone earlier this evening that said they are actually testing their students in Alice, I believe was the location. Do you know if Texas is considering, I mean, obviously if Alice is doing it, is there a possibility of testing students and staff?
I mean, there's always a possibility, but nobody's, excuse me, nobody's routinely testing asymptomatic people right now in the schools that I've seen.
Didn't the county put something in there?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In their revised?
Any more questions? We'll move on. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you.
Eagles.
Good evening, Dr. Seals, members of the board. You have questions for me about Encinal?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, okay, it's okay.
I'm just, maybe I didn't read it correctly, but it says on one of your slides, it says, can my child take his own device? I'm not sure if you answered it. All you said that we did provide it, but you really didn't. I don't know if you really answered if they can bring their own device.
Well, we already provided a device for every student, so they don't have to bring their device.
Okay.
It's recommended that they use the devices that we provide in the campus because they already have the applications pushed into those devices. So I'm going to say no, they cannot bring their own device. They have to use the school-issued devices.
Okay. It was just because I was asking because you have this on the website, and I'm sure that all the other ones are going to be on the website, just to make sure it's clarity.
Yes,
That's
I'll
it.
clarify that.
Thank you. That's it.
As far as your plan, it speaks for itself as far as the children and their temperature checks. But can you run me by the staff, how you go about it in the morning to check your staff's temperatures?
Yes, our Nurse Lopez does an awesome job every morning. She does come in a little bit earlier than everybody else. I did ask the staff not to come in earlier than she does, and she arrives at 7:15. If the staff arrives earlier than she does, they have to wait in their car. Once the Nurse Lopez gets there, she gets ready with her items, then all the staff, we all come in through the main door. It used to be that we could come in through different doors, and now everybody comes in through the main entrance. Nurse Lopez takes their temperature, and that's the same for any visitors that come to our campus. and she, documents it in a document that she already has by week. So it's, dated, and she documents everybody's temperature, including for the students that we do have that are coming in right now for in-person. She also documents the temperature for those students,
Thank you.
and also for the visitors. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other
Ms.
questions?
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
I know that the restrooms there in Encinal, you have that long hallway that leads you down to the boys and the girls restrooms. How do you plan on monitoring, entry there as far as no more than one student at a time? I know it's going to be extremely challenging.
Yes, and we've put a lot of thought into that, and the only solution that we have is to place a monitor on a rotating basis, which would be probably either a substitute or one of our teacher assistants. So they would have to be rotating, monitoring that hallway or that line, because the kids are gonna have to get in line to use that bathroom, so that we limit only one student at going into the bathrooms at a time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me. That little that seems to be a pretty good problem, Doc. Is, not having enough bathrooms. Is that something that you might consider getting Mr. Vela and Mr. Lane Decker to take a look at and see what the price would be to put in one, a couple more in there. They're the ones that put this. They don't know how to tie into the sewer, where it might be easier. And down the road, I mean, I'm not saying like tomorrow, but it's something to start thinking about.
Maybe it's worked for how many years? I don't know.
How long is this gonna last? Same answer.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know.
Yeah.
But it's just might think, might at least get a price on it, see what it's gonna cost, and go from there. Because who knows how long how long we're gonna be doing this.
Yep. We certainly can. I have not thought about it.
Yeah, I know you haven't. Just
We
suggestion.
do have the restrooms in the Ruth car that are new. Boys, one boy,
Yeah.
multiple stalls, but there's one restroom
Yeah.
each. And then we have the one restroom each in the old building next to
In the main building.
your office.
Yes, in the main building.
All the new construction will have the push. That might be something.
Oh,
we
he's
need to
talking
think
about the
At the
faucets.
new elementary, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
'cause that was
talking
a
about just the number of bathrooms itself.
Period.
Anyway, any more questions for Ms. Gonzalez? Thank you
Thank you.
very
Thank you.
much. We probably saved the best for the last. Ms. Ayala?
You're muted.
Good evening. Would you please answer your husband's question first?
She's muted.
He's concerned.
You're muted. Melanie, you're muted.
Well, honey, what do you think?
I could not hear too well. The storm was really bad outside and I could not hear the conversation too well, but I did catch the part that someone needs to talk to the nurse. So now we're discussing the staff temperatures, that we should start documenting the staff temperatures as well?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can barely hear y'all. In the library, I can barely hear you, but Zooming, I can hear well, but it's the library, I can't really hear everyone too well. We can begin documenting staff temperatures tomorrow, but I do recommend that our system of documenting those staff temperatures be uniform. And we do now require that high school staff be checked upon their arrival as well. And the nurse on that campus will be inserting those temperatures in a document that will be accessible for my viewing and for admin's viewing as well.
And so at RBE West, they're going to take turns taking each other's temperature as long as it gets logged and taken by somebody other than themselves, right?
Right. We can create the buddy system at RBE West. Today I visited RBE West and gave the staff there their non-contact thermometers, their minor first aid kits. We went over some simple nursing questions that they may have had, seating arrangements, all that sort. They now have their own thermometers where they can create a buddy system and check each other's temperatures and document those, send them to me in a document, and I can view them as well. I can touch base with them tomorrow first thing and create that plan for them.
Good job.
You, honey?
We're at work. I'm just kidding.
Any questions for Ms. Ayala? You know how many active cases there are, Ms. Ayala, by any chance?
I'm sorry?
How many active cases are in Catula right now?
In our county,
Yes, ma'am.
we only have one active case online that I see, one active case currently.
I got you.
But this will be, the next 14 days will be a big indicator of how Labor Day affected our cases.
Any more questions for Ms. Ayala?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry, sir.
Any more questions for Ms. Ayala?
Nope. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Ayala. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay. Any more discussion on the update on campus concerns regarding reopening the schools by anybody? Just a comment. The meeting before this, when there were a lot of concerns raised at our schools and also our gym, and I personally appreciate, speaking for myself, bringing up them concerns. The perception, my phone got burned up for about 3 days on it, and the perception, you all were asked to do this because the perception in the community was, what in the heck have you all been doing since March, since it started? And I think those questions got answered for our community members out there that are listening, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, just let me follow up on that.
Go ahead.
Our teaching staff, our people were not allowed to go back into the classrooms as per the county
Yes.
ordinance.
Yes.
So that's why
Oh, yeah.
they did not have the opportunity
Yeah.
to be able to set up these plans.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to defend that
Yeah.
for that problem because I had the same questions as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Anyway.
Dennis, I would like to say something, and I wrote it down because those of you that know me well know that when I speak to what I believe, I can tend to get quite emotional, and my family tells me that I have a tone. So I would like to just say a few words, it's not long, in regards to all this matter. And it's, I've read all the opening plans and I've read the extracurricular plans, and I know, just like many of you, I have spoken to many parents and staff members this past week. Some are in favor of opening face-to-face instruction and extracurricular activities, and some are not in favor of opening either one. Just like the board was divided last week when we voted on this agenda item, we as a community are divided on this topic. Does that mean that one group is right and the other group is wrong?
Nope.
No, it doesn't. Parents that want to keep their children at home and continue virtual learning are not right or wrong. Parents that want extracurricular activities to begin are not right or wrong. Students that believe we should open face-to-face instruction are not right or wrong. Students wanting to begin extracurricular activities are not right or wrong. And just as the students that believe extracurricular activities should not open are not right or wrong. I.S.D staff that have different beliefs regarding opening are not right or wrong. This is not an issue about being right or wrong. This is an issue about one's individual beliefs. And based on the information I had last week from medical professionals, information I've read, and spikes in cases following the holidays I've seen, I believe there are things that we can do to help ensure that our students and staff, parents and community are kept as safe as possible. I believe that we should wait to open face-to-face instruction. This is what I wrote prior to this meeting, and extracurricular activities until September the 21st. I've quoted Dr. Roth. I know that if I vote a certain way, it's because I believe individually that erring on the side of caution will help keep all of our students and stakeholders as safe as we can. And I just wanted to put that out there because there are many, many parents and community members and students and teachers that are extremely torn on this topic. It's not about right or wrong.
And I would like to add to that, I feel the same way as you do, Kim. Before this, I did request plans because last week we weren't prepared, okay? Now that I see it, I hear it, either way that I vote, it's out of respect because you're right. We have some people that are not ready to open up face to face. So I have to respect them as well. Not only sports, not only band, not only ag. We've got another majority that do not participate in extracurricular activity that are also worried. So however I vote, I expect to have the respect just like I'll respect everybody else's, whoever they vote for.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you.
Absolutely. Any more comments or anything?
Couple of comments here. You know, after talking to or after listening to Dr. Roth and Chief Mendez in previous weeks, and our very own Nurse Ayala, the district nurse, you know, right now we're down to one COVID case, and we got an outstanding district staff. You know, I'm surrounded by just extraordinary people. We got the plans here. You know, we've been talking about a soft reopen for some time now. We opened our campuses up to staff, children, special education, and you know, I really feel since March we've been waiting for this moment to just take a big step forward with extracurricular activities. And God willing, September 21st, we're going to open the doors up to the students and the parents that want their kid face-to-face. And for those that want to stay virtual, that's fine as well. Like Ms. Hoff said, there's no right or wrong. Everyone has a choice. And, you know, as a parent, I have a son that's a sophomore, and if we do approve this, he is planning on attending extracurricular activities. So a piece of my heart will be out there on that field, and I have all the faith in all of you out there. I have all the faith in our Dr. Roth, Chief Mendez, the nursing department, Dr. Seals, administrators on campus, all the staff on campus, even our transportation department. I spoke to Elizabeth Lutz today, but especially our coaches and our students, our athletes, our ag students, you know, our band students. I believe we're ready. We've been ready. We've been waiting for this moment since March, and I can't guarantee, neither one of us can guarantee that no one's going to get infected or sick. But there's one thing that I can guarantee is we can give it a fighting chance. We can give it a Cotulla cowboy, a Cotulla cowgirl fighting chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move back on, we'll get back on track and move on to item A, consideration schedule start of the following extracurricular activities. They were all listed from band to football. Does the board wish to address them all at one time, or do we want to do them individually? What feels more comfortable to you all?
All together.
All together? Okay. Before we do that, Dr. Seals, before we entertain a motion on this, on this motion, we are gonna need depending on how the vote decides to vote, we're gonna need a start date on it? As part of the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about that extracurricular? Do we need to address that right now on, if if you start extracurricular, you have to go be in school in the classroom when September the 21st? Does that need to be part of the motion also, or can that be left out for now? Excuse me?
I think that that can be part of the motion, that, that you get commitment from the students, like Dr. Norris was saying.
Yes.
And then when the school starts, if they don't show up, then they're remote out of extracurricular also.
Yep.
That makes sense to me.
Well, I just want to make sure that we get it right. Mr. Ramirez, is everything good? You have any comments? Sure?
Yes, sir.
We got to do it right.
So I have a question before we get this. So we're going to lump all of these together
That,
instead of taking them one by one?
yep. It'd be a lot better to go one by one in case somebody disagrees.
I'd prefer going one by one
Okay.
personally.
And the same, what Dr. Seals and I were just discussing, be part of each and every one of them. I think
I
that'd be the best thing.
I just don't want one group to get cut out
Yep,
because,
for all of them, I agree.
for all of them.
Dennis, and are you also saying that we're going to, before Scott left the meeting, he said he would like it on the agenda next week for the virtual, learning attendees to be permitted, for us to discuss that again, but you're saying tonight, we're gonna roll it into this motion? We're gonna roll that decision into this motion?
I was getting some recommendation from Dr. Shields on that, Kim.
I was
is the main reason.
recommending that until the in-person in school began, that, because right now, the students don't have an opportunity to come to in-person.
Yeah.
And September 21st, they would. And Dr. Norris was recommending that they get a commitment for in-person instruction from the extracurricular participants.
Right now.
Right now, until school starts on the 21st and in person. And that commitment be taken as truth. And if they don't show up on September 21st, they're remaining in remote, that they, at that point, would not be allowed to continue participation in extracurricular.
Isn't that the same as disregarding Scott's wish to address the virtual learning element of participation? And I also requested that as well, that we consider that.
Well,
We can have a meeting and.
we can call another meeting.
We can have another meeting next week.
It would have to be by virtue of another meeting.
Well, yeah, we called this meeting, even though we voted on the same agenda items last week, so.
Yeah.
No
And
problem.
I don't mind it, but
I can
until
be here.
between now and then, whenever the board does meet again, or whenever school starts in person, one of the two, that, if your motion is to start extracurricular tomorrow, there is no in-person, and that would violate another motion that you did before.
Yep. We'll just leave it out. Have another meeting.
Okay, then you would not be able to start in person.
No, it would have to be,
You
We-
wouldn't,
sorry, Dr. Seals, go ahead.
you wouldn't be able to start extracurricular activities until
Gotcha.
after that meeting.
We can have a start date for the extracurricular activities, whatever we choose, without having to put anything else on it.
But-
Without having to put that extracurricular on there till the next meeting.
I'm lost. I'm
So,
confused.
so we don't want to make the motion that the activities can start for those who are committed, start on the 9th, for those who have committed to in-person instruction until the 21st? Would we,
Or
Because we're
until the
gonna have to
next time the school board wants to meet to discuss it.
okay,
But from my perspective, and I may be wrong, that satisfies both sides. Because we're not gonna have any contests, I don't think. Coach Garcia, would there be any contest before the 21st?
They started tonight, sir.
Would we have any contest?
Well, no, we can't, because, I mean,
If the board voted tomorrow, tonight, to start tomorrow, when would be our first contest?
the 18th.
The 18th. So there would be one contest, maybe two,
Possibly two.
before the 21st, which is when our next school board meeting is,
unless we have another called meeting next week.
unless we have another called meeting.
Change the date of the waiver submission maybe? Or secondary only? So we don't have to have a special meeting?
So we have a special meeting on the 14th, next Monday?
That's fine with me.
Now, what?
He said the 14th, we could have another special meeting.
Oh,
And,
That way y'all could vote and they'd be able to play, right?
Yep.
When's your
well,
We don't have secondary signature waiver on the 22nd.
We would need to start tomorrow to play by the 18th.
we can still vote, Dr. Shields, we can still vote to put a start date on it, when they can start.
yeah, but
And then
what
have
I,
a meeting for next Monday.
what I was gathering was that you wanted to start immediately for extracurricular.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And if you do that, you'd be in violation of your own decision of weeks ago that said, if you're not in person, then you're not participating in extracurricular.
Got you.
And so that's why I was suggesting that you couch it in terms of, whatever I said, I can't remember now. That if you want to begin in service, extracurricular activities with the understanding that the students who are obligating themselves to return in person will be the participants, however you want to say it.
For all those who have committed to
Yes.
in-person instruction.
Yes. And if somebody says, oh yeah, I'm coming, and they don't end up coming, when in-person instruction does start, then the corrections can be made at that time on those few students.
I think I've got it.
It'll be a tough one. Yes, Mr. Bell.
Unless you approve it that way tonight
Yeah.
with the agreement, so it doesn't interfere with what you already voted on. And then if you call another meeting on the 14th, you can change that
You can rescind the motion.
to whatever else you want. You see what I'm saying? So in other words, tonight, you're gonna say, we start tomorrow, okay? But you have to commit to coming. And then on the 14th, if you all decide to have a special meeting on Monday, then you can come back and rescind that order that you
correct.
gave before, and then go
We're
from
good
there.
to go there.
That's just the option.
And there's no difference between that and waiting till the 21st to have the next meeting. It's just that that motion would carry forward till the 21st.
Yes, sir.
Unless you wanted to have another meeting.
Yes, sir.
You
But
have
I'm
it,
fine either way.
Robert? Do you have it?
It's up to you.
I do.
We're gonna start with number one, ban,
Okay, Mr. President, I move that we allow band to start on September 9th for those students who have committed to in-person instruction.
I have a motion on item one, made by Ms. Whitwell. I have a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Childers. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
No.
Raquel objected for the record, motion passes. Have a motion on item B on cheerleading.
Mr. President, I move that cheerleading be allowed to start September 9th for those who are committed to in-person instruction.
I have a motion on item, on cheerleading, have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ayala. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion, Ms.
Yanis.
Yanis, did not vote in support of it. FFA,
Mr. President, I move that FFA be allowed to start as of September 9th for those students who are committed to in-person instruction.
I have a motion on FFA made by Ms. Whitmore. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Childers. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
No.
Raquel voted against it. Motion passes. We'll move on to cross-country. Entertain motion on it.
Mr. President, I move to approve to start the following extracurricular activity, cross-country, on September 9th, 2020, for those students that have committed to in-person instruction on September 21st.
I have a motion on cross-country is made by Mr. Ayala. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Childers. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion passes. Ms. Yanis did not support the motion. All in favor of, or I'll entertain motion on volleyball.
Mr. President, I move to approve the following extracurricular activity, volleyball, to start September 9th, 2020, for those students who have committed to in-person instruction starting September 21st.
I have a motion on volleyball made by Mr. Ayala. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Whitwell. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Yanis did not support it. Football?
Mr. President, I move to approve the following extracurricular activity, football, to start September 9th, 2020, for those students who have committed to in-person instruction starting September 21st, 2020.
I have a motion on football that's made by Mr. Ayala. Have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Childers. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
No.
For the record, Raquel Yanis did not support the motion. Just for the record, Mrs. Ramirez, Scott Reese, did you get the time when he logged off?
9 p.m.
Okay, just for the record, Scott Reese logged off at 9 p.m. There's no exception for the board. We're gonna take another short break. 9:47 PM. We'll move on. Agenda item B, consider the capacity of spectators in the football stadium, high school gym, and middle school gym. Dr. Shields?
We have discussed this on occasion in the recent past in our school board meetings. I believe you have the information that you need in terms of the capacities of these facilities with the 6-foot distancing. UIL is saying you can go with 50% capacity or less, in effect, which means if you're in the bleachers and there's an 18-inch seat next to an 18-inch seat, and that way down the row, that you have 18 inches between the fans on the side, and however much knee room you've got behind you and in front of you for that distance. It is not 6-foot distancing at 50% capacity. At 25% capacity, you have a little bit more. Mr. Valen, I'm going to ask him if he would please to come up and share what his research is and his calculations are regarding the gymnasium and both gymnasiums and the football field stadium.
No, I got you. Mr. President, Dr. Seals, members of the board, y'all got this chart. I put it on a spreadsheet for you, but I know it's kind of real small and you got to look at it. But basically what you see in the blue is 2 seats per, okay? If you see anything like in an orangish color, that's a single seat. Very, very few, okay? Very, very few. And the reason for that is because if you start putting single seats in those stadiums, you're still going to lose 6 feet to each side before you can put anyone else in a seat, okay? So that's where it becomes very difficult to try to put single seating in there. So what we want everyone to understand is that we're going to try to sell two seats at a time. So in other words, if you log in and you're going to buy tickets, you're going to buy 2 tickets. And that's the way we're thinking about setting that up, okay? And the reason being, again, because if you just have 1 seat, you're going to lose 6 feet to each side. You're going to lose a lot of seating, okay? Now, we already talked to a company out of San Antonio, and the other districts are using them, and they're going to allow us however we want to structure it, okay? We could come in and say, okay, all football players for a football game, you're going to use your student ID, you give it to your parents, and it's going to be in the computer system where they go in and they put your ID number, and they're going to be able to buy 2 tickets, okay? And let's just say, and this is just examples, okay? We start opening it up on Monday. On Tuesday, we close it off. Tuesday, we say, okay, you have until Tuesday at noon, and then it's open to the public. So once Tuesday at noon, you had your day and a half to buy your ticket, then it's open to anybody. But this kind of guarantees that the parents of the kids that are participating get to buy tickets, and they're able to go see their children, okay? So this is a chart for the football field, okay? And like I said, I tried to put it bigger so y'all could see it. Now, on the home side, we can seat 345 people at 2 together, and again, very few singles. On the visitor side, we can seat 244 people, and again, mostly 2 together, okay? Now, you were asking about the band, and let me just show you. If the band were allowed to sit in the stands, they would take up all this section and these 2 blue dots. You see not the dots, but the blue squares? They would take from here all the way over here. And you would lose all that seating for the parents or whoever.
Well, you're also going to put 2 band members right side by side and seat?
No, that's single.
That's just 1 band member?
Yeah, he was saying last night he has about 57 or whatever he had. And that would cover all those students. And that's all this section, and then these 2 rows right here, or 2 columns. okay? But then you would lose all that seating for the parents, okay? Now, on the visitor side, it's whatever we're gonna do, okay? So again, the option of allowing visitors, not allowing visitors, that's y'all's call. But just so you know, this is all the seating we're gonna have in the football stadium. Now, you're talking about, junior high games, we have a few. We have freshman JV games, and probably those will be together, okay? What I mean by you buy the tickets for freshman and JV game, because they usually play, you know, and then the varsity would be separate, okay? But again, it depends on how the games are structured and what they're gonna allow us to do, okay? So this is the high school football field, and this is good for both junior high and high school, okay? Now let's go to the high school gym. The high school gym on the home side and the visitor side with 6-foot distancing at 2 per seat, you're only gonna have 68 fans on each side, okay? Now, if you put 15 or 12 kids on freshman, JV, and varsity, you don't even have enough seating for those people, even for the parents. At 68 per side, if you allow visitors to take up the other side, okay? So the question is, do we allow visitors on the other side, and then we start selling tickets for freshman, JV, and varsity games separate? Because a lot of times the parent that's there to watch their freshman young little girl play, as soon as the game's over, they're gone. But if they buy the ticket and we don't sell individual tickets for each game, then guess what? That ticket's, once they buy it, that's it. They're not gonna, no one can sit there. It's gonna be an empty seat. So then the decision we would be looking at is, do we wanna allow selling freshman, JV, and varsity tickets separate? Okay? And what that would mean if we do that is that we increase the capacity of people in the stands, especially the parents, number one. But number two, you have to understand that if we do that, we're gonna clear everybody out, and we're gonna go in and wipe, because that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna disinfect everything, and then let everybody back in, okay? It'll be a little bit of a process, but when you think about it, usually when the girls warm up and all that, that takes 20, 25, 30 minutes, whatever it takes. And we can schedule it however, you know, however it's gonna benefit us, okay? But again, the high school gym will hold 68 people on each side, okay? Now we go to the
Mr.
middle
Vela,
school.
what about the visiting teams? And they're gonna, when the freshmen are playing and the JV or?
The JV and the varsity would be either in the dressing room. Our kids will probably be in the weight room, because that's a lot bigger. So our home girls will probably be in the weight room. And this is just an example, because I say probably, I'm just saying, they could be in the weight room, and then the visiting team could use up the dressing rooms, okay? So they would have like one team in one dressing room, the other team in the dressing room, the other one playing, and then our girls would be somewhere else, okay? And that's just an example. It could be different varieties of how they're gonna do it, okay? But I don't foresee those girls being in the stands, okay? Because if they're in the stands and you got 15 girls in the stands, they're gonna take up room, okay? And that won't give any more room. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, do we want the visiting fans there? And I know Kim had a concern that, hey, if I'm a parent, I want to go see my child in case they get hurt or whatever. So that's the option. Then the best thing, I think, for us is to sell tickets per game, okay? That's just an option, okay? Now, in the middle school, you can only fit 68 fans. You only got one side, okay? And most of those, again, they're gonna be 2 per, okay? So you have 7th and 8th grade, depending on what the coaches, as far as the participate, because sometimes a lot of people don't go to the junior high games. But it could be that we have parents that wanna buy the tickets, so we break it off in 7th grade and 8th grade. That's a possibility, okay? I'm not saying that's what we're gonna do, I'm just saying those are the options. Or we just sell one set of tickets and that's it. But if you do that, you're really limiting space to the parents that have, you know, kids in different grade levels. Now, the other thing I was asked was, well, what if I have a freshman and a varsity You know, what if one of my girls plays on the freshman team and the other one plays on the varsity? Well, they have unique IDs. You know, your freshman girl will have one ID and your varsity girl will have another ID. So you can buy a ticket for the freshman game with your freshman daughter, and you can buy 2 tickets for the varsity game with your varsity daughter. So as long as you have a child that's playing on that team, you're gonna have a chance to buy that ticket. You'll have that first option. And then if you don't want to, well, that's your choice. Sure.
You know how they just buy one ticket and that's for all 3 games, freshman, is that going to be a possibility? We're gonna charge them more for each game?
That all depends. We're not saying we're gonna charge them more. That'll be a decision we're gonna have to sit down and talk about.
Okay.
Okay? But the only bad, like I said, the only bad thing about selling one ticket per 3 games is that if I'm a freshman, if my daughter plays on the freshman team and I buy a ticket, then I leave, no one else can sit there anymore, because you already used up those tickets. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, but that's, right now, what I gave you, those are the total capacities, and we went out and measured the feet, and then we did 18 inches per seat, because that's standard, even though, you know, Mr. Vela's a little bit bigger, but that's okay. But standard is 18 inches per seat, and we use 3 feet for 2 people, and that's how we measured this out. Okay?
Mr. Vela, what's going to keep, I'm playing devil's advocate here, I guess, but what's going to keep me from leaving and then passing off my ticket to someone else and them coming in and sitting in my place?
Once it's scanned, that's it. You
good.
can't, what happens is, the company that we're looking at everything's gonna be online. You buy the tickets, you get a barcode, okay? And what happens is, you'll come in and you'll print out your barcode, say, look, here's my ticket. You scan it, that's it. You can't like, oh, here it go again. Wait a minute, it's already been scanned, I'm sorry.
Okay, good.
And that keeps you from giving it to somebody, hey, here, go outside, go give it to somebody, and then someone else comes in, here I am, I got a ticket. Once it's scanned, you're done. Okay? And of course, you're gonna have people, like always, that are gonna say, hey, I need to go get something on my car, but, Sina and those ladies, they're real sharp. They already know, okay, Jamie went out, and Jamie comes back, okay, Jamie. But if they know that, hey, Jamie never come in, and you got a ticket, hey, wait a minute, it's already, sorry, vámonos, I mean, that's just the way it's gonna work.
Okay, good.
Okay?
Mr. Vela,
Yes, ma'am.
you mentioned that there are just a few single seats available. So if I'm a single parent, and the available single seats have already been purchased, do I have to buy 2 tickets in order to social distance myself from other spectators?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because if not, then we'll have a lot of people, or we have people start buying the single tickets. And like I said, whether you buy 1 or 2, you're still gonna have to social distance 6 feet. So on that 1 ticket, I'm losing 12 feet of space. You see what I'm saying? And if I get 2 people, I use up another 1.5 feet, 18 inches, and then I use up the 12 feet of space. And what happens is, if we have too many singles, that'll drastically drop the number of people that can fit in the gym.
Yeah, I get that. And Raquel, I think that was a really good question about if I have you said we need to get it figured out, and if we've started extracurricular activities as of tomorrow, and Ms. Garcia says she's got a game coming up pretty quick, then we need to make a decision on that pretty quick and not wait till the day before.
Yes, because we have to put the tickets up for sale. Okay? That would be the only thing.
Any questions?
No, I'm still not going to vote for people outside. So I just don't know, I'm just not comfortable with that. If I said no about extracurricular activities, I'm gonna have to follow through.
Is that a football field and a gym?
All of them. Especially the junior high, that's way too small, and you can't fit.
Mr. Vela?
Yes, ma'am.
That agenda item says number of tickets per student participants in athletic and band.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the item we're on?
No. We're on out-of-town spectators, aren't we?
Yes.
No, we're on item B, Kim. Yeah,
Okay.
1 or 2?
Because I just noticed that other item does not include cheerleaders, so.
Oh, well, just as generally,
It'll be the students participants, I guess we could, and that'll be the cheerleading, the band, the football team, and a football game. And then at the home game, I think the administrators would be able to determine, you know, because see, the cheerleaders aren't gonna go to all the games. So at that point, they wouldn't get a ticket if they're not participating.
I just want to say that, I mean, some of their classmates, you know, we're not giving consideration of those last seniors that are wanting to go to the last games and all of those kind of things. And if we were able to just leave it open just for our home team, then they'll have that option, able to go participate and go see their games and everything, their classmates' games, so.
you're talking about if we don't allow
Yeah,
visitors in?
that if we don't allow visitors in.
Well,
It'll-
another point is that when you start allowing visitors in, you start increasing the contamination of inter-community spread
Mhm.
of the COVID.
Okay,
And
you're right.
the other thing to point out is that, of course, when you're inside the gym, the air quality is different than when you're out in the open in a football field. It's just different, so that's another thing to consider for y'all.
Y'all have any idea what other schools in our area are doing as far as visitors? Dr. Shields, you have any idea at all?
In the football, I've heard, been told by the superintendents, they're just going with 50% capacity or 25% capacity and just letting her rip. And, you know, if they want to do that, you know, I'll let them do that. But I'm not sure that I would support that.
I think, Dennis, that, and board members, that we're kind of taking it a step further.
Yeah.
By doing the 6 foot, just, I mean, if you look at even the college games and things on TV, you're not seeing that. We're actually taking it a step ahead, a step further by doing what we're doing. And like I said, it's up to you all to decide, you know, how you want to handle it. But just know that we're probably above and beyond in the safety measures than most school districts are right now.
Because UIL has already stated that if they do not, if they don't social distance or wear their masks, they will shut it down.
Yeah.
So it's already out there, so just, good job.
So, there will be some signage showing people where to sit. They won't
We
just
will,
be given a number.
once the decision's made tonight, then we'll probably go out there and get numbers and put numbers out there for the people to sit. So your ticket will say row 1, seat 12, and you'll actually, each one, we're gonna have to go in and number all the rows and then put all the seat numbers, and people can only sit where the seat numbers are. Okay, we're not gonna put, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, it's just gonna be 1, 2, and then 8, 9, and then whatever the case is, and then go from there.
Well, why don't we just put dots and say, go find you a pair of dots?
That's what I was thinking. Can we just put green dots? You gotta go sit on a green
If
dot?
that's what y'all wanna do, that's fine.
Well, I've
Dot
just
is
been
gonna
to.
resemble reserved seat. And, then you're gonna have people. Yeah,
Yeah.
want to say, I want this seat.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we have the capacity to do that, right?
We can do anything you want, but if you just wanna put dots, we can put dots.
I'm talking about through the reservations, electronic reservations, when I buy my ticket, it doesn't tell me which seats
It can,
it can.
yes.
Oh,
So let's say at some point we wanna say, you know what, the whole middle section, we're gonna make it worth $10 a seat, and those are reserved. We can put numbers on there and make the other ones general admission, I'm just saying. And we can make the other ones general admission. She's like me, she don't wanna spend $10, all right, all
No, I'm
right.
just thinking, you know,
I'm just saying.
$10 right now in the midst of this pandemic it's a lot of money,
That-
and
no,
you
I'm
got
just-
two
that
people wanting to go.
That was
you
just
know.
an example.
Okay,
I'm not
Well,
saying it's
maybe
gonna
For
cost.
10.
Yeah, but that's just an example. If you wanna make it reserved, we can. If you just wanna make it the dots, we can. We have all these options. The company said that, because that's all they do, is the ticket sales. So we have all these options that we could do if y'all want to.
I personally don't feel like putting our administrators in the position of having to go and remove people from seats. And then, saying you gotta find your own seat somewhere.
If this were not a pandemic year, you buy your ticket, you walk in, you find a place to
You find
sit.
wherever you want.
First come, first served.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Dr.
So there'll be
Seals.
all general admission.
Mhm.
All of it.
That's fine.
There's
Mr.
no
Vela,
need for all that.
spectators, parents, they're all still subject to temperature checks, everything that we've been doing, right? Or
We're gonna follow protocol.
Okay,
And
good.
that'll be working through Ms. Ayala and your boss and the rest of the staff to ensure that we get it done correctly, okay? But again, we're gonna go through the recommendation, Ms. Ayala, Mr. Roth and Dr. Roth and other people and say, this is what we recommend and we'll follow up with whatever they tell us,
But
okay?
that's the plan. Is for the spectators to fill out a form that says, no, I hadn't had any of these symptoms, and, got all this. When they get there, we'll pop their temperature, take their form, and tell them go find a doctor.
And I don't know, I haven't checked on that, but there's a good possibility that when they go online, they have to answer that questionnaire online, and that way we won't even have to mess with it. We'll have documentation of everybody.
Yeah, but that'd be 5 days ahead of time, potentially.
If people are not gonna tell the truth, they're not gonna tell the truth. If they're gonna tell the truth, they're gonna tell the truth, you know what I mean? I mean, there's plenty of ways to do it. I mean, I'm just saying those
That's
are
what I'm
examples,
asking.
yeah. Whatever y'all wanna do.
Making me feel very confident in what our last vote was, Mr. Vela, about people not telling the truth about how they're feeling.
Well, I'm not talking about our people, ma'am, I'm talking about other visitors. We don't know what's in the other communities, if we're gonna allow it, that's just another thing. We don't know if we're gonna allow it, or if y'all are gonna allow it, I didn't say we.
Yeah.
Y'all can, but I'm
Well,
not.
well, this is something, Dr. Shields, that we need to act on tonight, right?
Keep it for home.
We
And,
kinda need to know because
Okay.
we're gonna end up having a game pretty quick in volleyball.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll be having a game pretty quick, so we need to decide how we're gonna put the tickets up for sale, that's the key.
okay.
Are we going to also have the option for parents and the visitors, spectators to watch it online or
I
have
wanna watch
it
it
be
online.
recorded and all that good stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Joseph?
Yes, ma'am. Joseph, you wanna address that?
Cause I'm gonna be watching.
Good evening. So, one thing we had, or me and Coach Silva have been addressing is looking at getting a company from the outside that will come in, do this professionally and do everything top to bottom, clean up, set up, tear down, everything.
Is that for football and volleyball?
Yes. It is for all of the football sports, sorry, football, volleyball, and then like any other like sports.
Cause I thought we had the equipment to do the volleyball, but we didn't have the equipment to do the football.
Yes, we do. So just in case we did get a quote for all of them, if we like so choose, we can go with like just paying for the like football ones, and then just having a coach use their like already using a like iPad to actually record their own events. They can just use that for their live stream.
But it will be live, right?
Yes.
Joseph, you're talking about high school games, correct? Or are we gonna do the same with junior high as well?
Silva and I had quoted everyone.
Okay.
But we need to look at that, cause I don't know if that's a cost per game or for the whole night. Cause if it's a cost per game, we might wanna do our own JV and freshman and hire those people just to do the varsity, that you get a more professional quality. Same thing with the junior high. You may not wanna spend all that money on those, and we'd be able to do it ourselves. Of course, we'd have to get somebody, but I don't know the cost yet, so I can't tell you.
Okay.
We are looking at about 200, I think 75 a game is what
And that's a
what they.
game. So you're looking at 275 for one night? And volleyball, we play what, 3 rounds?
We're just barely starting now, so it's not like we've played the whole season. So I don't think
And
money's.
don't the parents have to purchase
Orca
the-
Silva did give me a number. I don't or I don't know it off of the top of my head, but based off the numbers he gave, the like quote was around 2,100
Per game?
total for everything he had like asked me to quote. That would be the like total cost, 2,100.
For, let me make sure I'm hearing you correctly. For the whole season? For every game, 2,100? No?
Doesn't sound right. Not at 275. You're already at what?
Yeah, we're almost at 1,000
For
just
one night.
One night. Okay. All right, well, y'all check on
But
that.
anyway, that's
Get some
something
numbers
that's
back
an
to us.
option. That's something that's an option.
The other
Joseph,
thing,
do those parents have the option, I mean, we're talking cost right now, but don't the parents have to purchase to view those?
that is what I was about to bring up. So, if we want them to be paid per view, we cannot do that. We would need to have the other company come in and then like they would then charge per stream.
But if we live stream it, it would be free. We
Yes.
put it on our website.
Yes.
Okay. You on Facebook?
Anything else?
So just review with me a second. We were talking the high school gym holds how many on one side or each
68
side?
on each side.
Huh?
68 on each side.
68.
On each side.
And we have 12 girls on a team.
Roughly 12 to 15. Because you still have managers and parents that might want to sit there.
Right.
So let's say 15.
And that doesn't count the cheerleaders
No.
that are cheering, because their parents would probably want to come too. So, say we have 15 and say we have 12 cheerleaders that are up there.
Okay.
15 and 12 is
27.
27. And 2 tickets apiece
54.
is 54. And we have
68.
Per
Total
side.
seats. On each
68.
side.
58.
58 or 68?
58.
68. 68.
68.
So you have 14 left over.
So we have 14 left over, so, 7 girls' grandparents get to come.
If
If everybody comes.
and if you split
parents.
sides.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
to me, the gym, Mr. Velez, to me, the gym and football field are different,
Yeah.
because of the room, and I
Yeah.
got no problems at all not having visitors at volleyball games. I know, I mean, it just, there's not enough room in there.
Well, are we?
No, okay, let's think outside the box, because I know everybody's thinking side to side. Okay? Do you want to limit once, and it's just an option, please, I'm not saying this is what we're gonna do. Do you want to limit 20 seats on one side, that'll give you 48 left over, and then the other 68? You see what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't have to be a 50-50 split. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Are you saying
You can leave,
offer a certain amount, only certain amount of
Yeah.
tickets to the
visitors.
visitors?
yeah, that's, I'm just saying that's another option y'all could be thinking about.
But
'Cause
where,
I think everybody thinks normally 50-50, but I'm just thinking, let's think outside the box. It could be 60-40 or 70-30 or whatever.
are we allowing room for the teams to sit?
No,
They're gonna be in the locker room.
they're gonna be in the locker room. The only children that are gonna be, or the only athletes that are gonna be on the floor. Because if not, you're gonna have 30 kids in the stands. And they're gonna take up a lot of space, either, both sides are gonna take up a lot of space. And our gym's not that big.
Can I just say one thing to my colleagues? If we're having this discussion based on a comment I made weeks ago about my gut reaction, if my kid was playing, I would want to be there. I have since changed my mind on that just based on exposure risk, and y'all have convinced me that night. So if y'all are just basing this, trying to appease, that comment that I made, we don't have to carry on. I would vote to just keep our games, all of our extracurricular activities to, local spectators.
That'd be the easiest
Yeah, I agree.
and the
Yeah,
safest.
I made the same comment, Kim, and that was when I said I engaged my emotions probably before my head, and after I thought it through, and I think that the safest thing would be to just keep it local, for
For-
local spectators.
Volleyball only,
Both,
or
Oh,
both?
I think
Both.
with it.
both.
All activities.
They're gonna get an opportunity to see it online. It'll be live streamed.
And so in football, for example, and you have 50 band members, that's 100 seats. You have a dozen cheerleaders, that's another 24. And you have however many football players, and that's another bunch. And so if we do open up 50-50 and let the visitors have the other side, you're gonna have almost exclusively parents in the stands, which doesn't hurt my feelings, I'm just pointing out, you know.
But then we also have some fans that have been getting calls from that, are they gonna open it up to us
Right.
to come? So I think it's only fair and not to have exposure as it is, I think it's only fair that the students and the people, you know, can come in and watch the games.
Well, I think if we close the visitors, if we close the gym and the football field to visiting fans,
Mm-hmm.
then we will have a lot more room to handle students, other family,
Mm-hmm.
and just the fans in general.
Yes.
So how would someone like me, who does not have a student, be able to purchase a ticket?
You'd open it, when we'd open it up.
I wouldn't have to have an ID?
No, the
student
ID,
thing?
the ID is just like for, all of us here had children. So my child would give me my ID, your child would give you his ID, so forth, so forth, so forth. So we open it up, let's just say, example, a day and a half at the beginning, all of us would get first shot at the tickets.
Mhm.
After that, she would get a ticket, he would get a ticket, once we open it up to everybody. You don't need an ID after that.
Okay, thank
The
you.
ID is just for you to reserve that time slot that you put in your child's code and you're able to buy those 2 tickets for yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am?
We had discussed, Coach Silva and Susan and I, about the seating and tickets, possibly only allowing 2 per family, due to the amount of seating that we had available, and possibly only doing 18 and up, so that we do not risk having parents bringing in kids, possibly running around, just so that we know we can be for certain people will be following the rules. And we know they will be sitting where they need to be sitting and social distancing like it needs to be. We did have the 18 and up in the, I believe, the volleyball guidelines that Coach Susan created. I believe we did discuss that when creating it, when she created that. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if that is going to be set, but I just wanted to mention that tonight.
Well, at least for the high school kids, you can't go 18 and up if you're gonna want the
Yeah,
students to
if you're gonna
participate.
allow high school kids, then you can't go 18
No,
and
you
up.
can't go 18 up.
Cause then you would
I
probably
would say
be
high school kids.
very few of your seniors, and they're not gonna turn 18 till probably the latter part of next year anyway.
Yes.
Well, but
You
we
know,
also,
those are the only kids you're gonna be able to get, really.
It was just mainly to get the parents, to
Yeah.
make sure that we had spots for parents and guardians,
Yeah.
grandparents. I know when, of course, when you open it to the public, I mean, that just depends, but mainly it was just so that we know that, say you do put in the kid's ID, it's not, their little cousin or something using their ID to buy a ticket. We just want to make sure that it was responsible adults
Yeah.
that are going to be coming in following guidelines.
And we can control that once they come in also, because they're gonna have a barcode, but a little 5-year-old little Johnny comes up with a little barcodes, we're sorry, we can't allow you. We know you're not, we know you're not the age that needs to
The
be.
board says we're closing this, the high school games, for example, to only high school students and above. Then that puts the burden on the ticket person at the door to say, you're not high school, I'm sorry, you can't come in. That would have to be clearly stated when you buy that ticket, or when you buy your tickets. You know, and we have the capacity, right, on the stick-it bunch to say, for high school games, nobody but high school students and adults can buy a ticket.
Yeah, adults above a certain age group, or will, you know, and then we'll put a disclosure at the bottom, say, please note, if you don't meet these qualifications, you could be sent back at the gate or something like that.
So this will keep the little kids that run around and throw
Play
the
football,
football.
yeah.
It'll keep them from, well, I mean, I know that's fun for them, but it's not safe.
Not right now, it's not.
That'll keep them
And it's
from.
not safe even last year, and the year before, and the year before. and
Okay,
the year before.
I agree.
But especially
Yeah.
with this COVID thing, I mean, it's just.
So
not
I'm just
safe.
gonna recommend 13 and up because our freshmen are barely 13 when they finish their 8th grade year, so.
Okay.
Because they're freshmen, 13.
I would say- I would
doing that
actually say
for
freshmen.
responsibility reasons, or are we doing that because that's the we're talking high school, that's the cohort
That's the cohort.
they socialize with? If we're doing it because of the cohort that they are
Or they
around,
just be freshmen.
during the school day, then we also need to make that same, declaration for middle school to say that only middle school students can attend those games.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's gonna be even more critical at the middle school level, because I don't know, Susan's already left, but if we're gonna have 7th grade B games and 8th grade C games,
I hope not.
and all that, I don't know how many students we're gonna have.
No, I don't believe that.
just said A.
We only have eight, we're not playing the B teams. I'm telling you what were reported to me, we're only playing the 8 teams.
That's kind of sad, just because
is
you're
sad.
not an A athlete, you don't get the choice. But it's all about choice these days.
They potentially thought about having like a travel and home team just to help split it up, give more kids an option. I don't know how exactly we're going to do it yet. We still need to find out exactly how many athletes are going to be attending with 7th and 8th grade.
Yeah, we don't even know
Yeah,
how many.
and you may not even get enough for an A and B team.
Exactly. We don't know yet those exact numbers.
Okay.
Just to give you, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Miss, come over here.
Yeah, here.
Sorry for interrupting. I was speaking to Coach Arevalo the other day, and she had mentioned that as of today, there was only about 7 or 8 girls that have chosen to come back to participate, and that parents have made the decision for them that they're not coming back to participate. So, based on that, the numbers are going to be pretty small at the junior high.
They may be, that's why I'm saying we don't know yet.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion that we only allow local spectators to our extracurricular activity games.
Okay, I have a motion on item B made by Ms. Hoff. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Raquel Yanes. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, motion carries. Is that good enough, Doc?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that cover both of them?
Nope,
That covers
that covers
B,
one,
Number one?
number 1,
Okay,
B1.
B1.
okay,
Mr. President, I move, which one? Oh,
B2,
Two.
like Doc said.
okay, I cannot see. I move that we consider the number of tickets per students, participants in athletics and band. And what about cheerleading?
Cheerleading,
Student
Student
participation should
participation.
cover it all.
For spectators, for spectators in the football stadium, high school gym, and middle school gym. Two per person, two per student?
Per athlete.
two
Per
per
athlete,
student athlete.
two per athlete.
Per participant.
Sorry, I thought.
And then after that, it'd be opened to the cohort
And then it would be open to the cohort.
plus other adults.
Plus other adults.
Okay.
It's 10 o'clock, Doc.
I know.
Did you get it, Mr. Ramirez?
I just wanted to clarify student participant, is that what we?
Student participants. Thank you.
That covers everyone.
Got it?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion on, item 2 on number of tickets per student participants in athletic and band. That's made by Raquel Yanes. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Shielders. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, motion carries. Item E, approval of asynchronous plan. Ms. Ramirez will be presenting that to us.
Mr. Ramirez, wake up.
Wait.
Take them both. Move the mic this way.
I don't know that it matters.
I'm good here, okay. Good evening, Dr. Seals, Mr. President, members of the board.
Good night.
This is the one for the asynchronous plan, right? Okay, I think back in July, we did our letter of intent. There was a big checklist of all the things that we promised to put into our plan. We had until October the 1st to get it ready and put it in. I looked at a bunch of different plans that had been accepted around Texas and kind of crafted this one together using our schedules. And so with your approval, we'd like to submit this asynchronous plan to the Texas Education Agency for approval.
Mr. President, I move to approve the asynchronous plan as presented by Heather Ramirez.
Okay, I have a motion on item E made by Mr. Ayala. Have a second?
Second?
Seconded by Ms. Whitwell. Any discussion? All in favor?
And this is, I know it doesn't have a start date, but this is saying that we will start face-to-face, or with the intent that we will start face-to-face instruction on September the 21st, because I don't want that to be misunderstood with extracurricular.
Actually, this doesn't have anything to do with that. This is the asynchronous plan that goes into detail about how we get grades and take attendance for the kids that aren't able to do face-to-face or remote instruction.
Okay.
All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you, Heather. Ms. Ramirez. Item F, approve the waiver request to extend the start of the 2020 through 2021 school year transition beyond the 4 weeks limit. Ms. Ramirez?
It's me again. Last week, when we made the decision to wait till September the 21st, that was great, but it extended us past the 4 weeks that the state gave us by 2 weeks. We probably should have done it then, we didn't, but in order to be in aligned with the state, we actually have to approve the waiver. So if the board could please approve the waiver to extend the 4-week transition 2 weeks into the school year, past the 4 weeks.
Mr. President, I move to approve the waiver request to extend the start of the 2020-2021 school year transition beyond the 4-week limit.
I have a motion on item F made by Ms. Whitwell. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ayala. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign, motion carries.
Thank you.
Fixing to go to closed doors. Time in is gonna be 10:31 p.m. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, for the purpose of considering an appointment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, dismissal, or discipline or dismissal of public officer, employee, or hear complaints or charges against public officer, employee. We are now in closed session. We'll be discussing We're now back in open session. Time is 10:43 PM. We discussed personal report in closed session.
Mr. President, I move to approve probationary contracts for new personnel. Recommendations were presented to accept the following probationary contracts. Amable Viloria, Newman Middle School Social Studies teacher, subject to reassignment. Rosalinda Canales Aviles, Insel Elementary fourth grade teacher, pending passing generalist exam by March 1st, 2021, subject to reassignment. Mr. President, I move to accept the following resignations. Agustin Martinez, maintenance worker, effective August 21st, 2020. And Danielle Garcia, Newman Middle School special education aide.
Okay, I have a motion on personnel made by Mr. Ayala. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Childers. Any discussion? All in favor, motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign, motion carries.
I move we adjourn.
I have a motion adjourned by Ms. Childers. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ayala. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.